Now, thank you very much. And in keeping with that tradition, I'll to my right and my left. And having done so,
recording in progress.
I now request delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Thank you very much, honorable members. Let me start off by saying that the rules, as well as the processes for this hybrid sitting do apply. And having said that, before we proceed, I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that the hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. Delegates who experience connectivity issues are encouraged to use a still photograph for identification of the virtual on the virtual platform, as is the practice. That delegates on the virtual platform are encouraged to log on with one device or only, as logging on with two or more devices further lowers the bandwidth. That delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. That all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. And in addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their electronic devices are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. And that permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desk to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable members have also been informed that in accordance with Council Rule 2291, there will be no notice of motion or motions without notice. We will now proceed to questions, but before we do so, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the ministers from the Peace and Security clusters, ministers who comes from the Peace and Security cluster, specifically the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron Msoledi, and the Minister of International, then the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Botes, as well as all permanent delegates, MECs, and special delegates to the House. Just to emphasize, as you usually do, I would like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council rules, The time for reply by the ministers and deputy ministers in this case to a question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. Thirdly, a member who has asked the initial question will be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. Fourthly, the time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. Fifthly, the time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. And lastly, as we always emphasize, the supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. It can't be different. We will then proceed to questions, and I'll ask the Minister of Home Affairs to take the podium. The first question is question 285. The question is on measures to curb abuse of e-visa. This question comes from Honorable Ndongeni from the Eastern Cape, and is directed to the Minister of Home Affairs. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe for ease of reference, I need to explain the whole concept of e-visa. Ordinarily, when people come to South Africa from countries that need an e-visa to come here, they go to the mission of South Africa in that particular country to apply for a visa. Sometimes it can be very inconvenient. In countries like China, there are people who have to travel 1,000 kilometers just to apply. So in order to make it easier for them to visit South Africa, we introduced the e-visa system, where you apply online in the comfort of your own home. And if you are accepted, you receive an email, which you take and rush to the airport. That's how easy it is. But unfortunately, yes, there are people who are abusing this system. So for us to mitigate against abuse, we do verification, requesting the banks to verify bank statements that are supplied by the people who are applying. And for those applications where financial institutions do not respond, the matter is referred to the mission or embassy for verification purposes. Also, those who indicate that they are visiting, they are being hosted in South Africa by friends or family, we actually look for the details to confirm, because we have found this at the airport where somebody claimed that they are visiting family or a particular friend, but when we phone such a friend, we discover that they don't even exist. Further verifications are done with accommodation, where the resorts, hotels, bed and free breakfast and other holiday accommodation are conducted to confirm the stay of such a tourist or visitor. We also did this because there are people who code names of hotels or resorts where they are going to go, only to find that the hotels know nothing about. But worse still for the hotels, because many of them have complained about people who apply, who arrange for accommodation with them and they are given, but they never arrive. So it is because of those that we decided to take the measures that we are taking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our first supplementary question will come from Honorable Ndongeni. Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Afternoon, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response to my question. It is really encouraging to see the different measures that are put in place to stop and possible abuse of the system. Honorable Minister, what will happen to foreign nationals when the department discover on their arrival in the country that they have given incorrect information or have tried to abuse the system? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Yes, in that case, when we discover that, and we do a lot at the airport, we do discover a lot at the airport, we send them back home. We can't allow them to enter the country. And this is in terms of the Immigration Act. If they were brought in by a conveyancer, there are conveyancers who do that, meaning people who transport people across the borders, whether they are airlines, whether they are land transport, they do such things. And in terms of the Immigration Act, we actually charge them. We levy a fee. There's a penalty for bringing somebody here who's not supposed to be here, and they must go back home at the cost of the airliner. So once we discover all these problems, we actually go back. You won't be allowed in the country because we'll discover them before you officially enter the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The second supplementary question will come from Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Minister, it's hard to believe that somebody's actually abusing a system that very often doesn't actually work. If you look at as recently as 4 months ago, nearly 60% of e-visa applications were rejected because the travel date had already passed, which basically means that your department has failed to process those applications in time. 60% of all applications. This is just another example of how your department's ineffectiveness continues to add barriers to our tourism sector. Minister, after election promises were made in 2019 that tourism will be promoted to the continent, would you regard the recent Africa Visa Openness Index, ranking South Africa as 33rd out of 54 African countries, as a suitable scorecard for your term of office as the Minister of Home Affairs? Thank you.
Minister.
Person, you know, this exaggeration over visas must come to an end. There's a story yesterday in Business Day about the same thing. I'm going to respond to that. In this world, 134 countries don't need visas to come to South Africa. They don't. They just come. It is 44 countries in Europe, which is the biggest market. They just come as long as they've got a passport. It is 36 countries on the African continent. That includes the whole of SADC. They don't need any visas to visit South Africa. It is 20 countries in Asia. It is 19 countries in North America. It is 11 countries in South America and 3 in Oceania. If you add, you understand your mathematics is 134 countries. The remaining 34 around the world, we give them an e-visa to make it simple. I went to present this documentation at the recently held conference on tourism, attended by the Minister of Tourism at Sun City. And the tourist sector was happy. They were even interviewed and said the situation has improved dramatically and they are happy about it. So if the people who are running that business are happy, who are you and what are you complaining about? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We will proceed to the next question from Honorable Tafeni. Honorable Tafeni.
Thank you.
Honorable Okam. Honorable Okam.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, House Chair.
You know, we've never objected to people heckling, making some noises here and there and so on. And it's just been deliberate because we don't want people to feel stifled. That in the NCOP, you know, they're not allowed to air their views or to shout a bit here and there. But we have said consistently that if you heckle to the extent that we can't hear the speaker, or you're involved in a dialogue with the person who's answering the questions or the minister, etc., then there's something wrong with that. So I'm going to urge all honorable members to please engage reasonably with the speaker so that we can be able to do the work that is in front of us. Please, please. So the next question comes from Honorable Tafeni. Honorable Tafeni.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, one of the main reasons why the system has been subject to abuse is because some of the documents uploaded on the portal by applicants were fake, and this department lacks the internal capacity to detect the real from the fake. And in some instances, your own officials at Home Affairs work in co-host with foreigners nationals to grant them entry into the country. In light of this, what measures have you put in place to verify all information or document uploaded by applicant? What interdepartmental intelligence is applied to filter through those applications where people may lie through the e-visa process? I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Minister.
Chairperson, when earlier this year, we caught 67 Pakistani nationals at OR Tambo International Airport. And the following day, we caught 11 at Cape Town International Airport. It's because our systems are working. They were abusing the visas. And I'm not going to stand here in front of you and deny that there is a lot of corruption in Home Affairs. That's why Home Affairs is the only government department in the whole country that has got a whole DDG with a whole branch who are in charge of counter-corruption. And that's why we are able to catch people. The fact, I mean, this noise here that is being made, that 60% of visas have been rejected. Let me tell you, if 60% of the visas are wrong and fraudulent, we'll reject them. If 100% are wrong and fraudulent, we'll reject them. So what is the magic about 60%? And I've already informed you about the status of countries around the world in terms of tourism. There is a leader in the National Assembly who made noise about an education conference whereby a certain number of people from a country on this continent, visas were rejected. And they made a similar noise. And I went to show them that all the documents that were given to us were fraudulent. Why should we approve them if they are fraudulent? We won't do so. So we do accept that there is a lot of corruption, but we do catch them. Believe me, if our systems were not working, the people will return from OR Tambo and from Cape Town International Airport. We will not have returned them back. And you can go to Home Affairs. I'll give you a list of all the people who have charged and fired and given over to the hawks who were doing some of these shenanigans, who worked for Home Affairs. In the portfolio committee, we present such statistics quite often when we meet them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll then move on to Honorable De Bruin, the fourth supplementary question. Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, my question that I had prepared was asked already from the previous members, but I will ask the Minister, Honorable Minister, according to reports from the first term of this year, about 58% of e-visas were rejected because the travel dates has passed before the department could process the applications. Now, Honorable Minister, what was the reason for the e-visas or the e-visa applications could not have been processed in time at that stage, and what is the current situation in this regard? Are the e-visas being processed in time today? Thank you.
The whole essence of e-visas is to make it faster for people to enter this country. That's why all the international conferences we have had, like BRICS, we never had any problems. It always runs smooth. I've got an open line with the Minister of Trade and Industry. Every time people want to visit here for business purposes, if there are problems with visas, e-visas or otherwise, Minister Patel gives me a list and we deal with that. This story of 60%, I hear it being bandied around. And if at all it happened, maybe it's a once-off glitch because the e-visa is new. We were still piloting it. But otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, the figures we got on e-visa shows that the system is working very well. Save the people who want to cause problems with it. And once they do so, we stop that country. We stop the whole e-visa system to Pakistan because of what we saw at the airport. We will no longer allow them to come in via the e-visa. They must, it's not that will stop them from coming in, but they must apply for visas in the old method. Because when we try to be efficient, they try to abuse it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to the next question. And this is question 276. The question is on South African born abroad and or naturalized. This question comes from FJ Badenhorst and is directed to the Minister of Home Affairs. Minister?
Yes. Honorable Member, I don't want to undermine the manner in which you asked the question, but I think there's something to clarify here, which I think many people are aware of. And when I read this question, I got that feeling that you might not be aware of that. If you are, please forgive me. When you say a South African born abroad and you put them in the same category as naturalized citizens, it becomes confusing. If you are a South African and you are born abroad, you can't be a naturalized citizen. You are a South African. And actually, even if you have never set foot in South Africa, doesn't matter which part of the world you are born in. If one of your parents, just one, is a South African, doesn't matter where you were born, you immediately become a South African, and not a naturalized one, a South African like you and me. That system is called jus sanguinis. Sanguine is a Latin word for blood. It means the right of blood. It means you were born there, and through your blood, you belong to that country. We took that system, by the way, because we were colonized by the British. They are using the same system. The opposite system to that, which is the one that is confusing people, is called jus soli, from soil, the right of the soil. It means you are born on that soil and you have got the right of that soil. We don't use that system here in South Africa. In fact, the whole of Europe, they use jus sanguinis except Luxembourg. The whole of Asia use jus sanguinis except Pakistan, which is using jus soli. Here on the African continent, we are all using jus sanguinis, the right of blood, except Lesotho, Tanzania, Chad, and Cape Verde, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's Cape Verde. So naturalized citizens are people who belong to other countries, who come here, and through a legal process, they get naturalized to become South Africans. I think having clarified that, let me go to the details of the question. Yes, it is true that there were some problems with that. We are taking steps at the moment, as I'm speaking, to verify all documents on the database for naturalized citizens for accuracy and completeness. The same leave capture system used for the issuance of smart cards for citizens by birth will be used to issue smart ID cards for naturalized citizens. Remember, there are South Africans themselves who don't have smart ID cards. Not everybody who has got it. The smart ID card was introduced only in 2013. At the time of introduction, 39 million South Africans had to be moved, migrated from the green barcoded ID document, the booklet, to the smart card. So that process is still going on, and we want to include naturalized citizens. So the department is finalizing the process of the issuance of smart card to naturalized citizens, and as such, a communique to all affected individuals will be issued in the next coming days to kickstart the process of replacing their green ID booklets with smart ID cards in exactly the same way that is happening to South Africans. It doesn't mean that all South Africans have got smart ID and it's only naturalized citizens that do not have. It's not like that. Chairperson, as I indicated earlier in this reply, the same system that is used in the live capture environment countrywide will be able to process in these smart ID cards. And I need to explain what I'm talking about when I said live capture environment. Not all our offices of Home Affairs can give you a smart card. because they are not all modernized. And modernization depends on connectivity. You might be aware that the Minister of Telecommunications and New Technologies promised that they are going to implement something called South Africa Connect. And if I'm not mistaken, I read last week that they've started implementing, where rural hospitals, clinics, police stations, schools, including Home Affairs offices, will be connected. Once all Home Affairs offices are connected, they'll all be, we all install the live capture and everybody will be able to get a smart ID card there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Follow-up first question come from Honorable Barenhorst.
Thank you, Minister. It's just sad that every time you come to this house, words like finalizing in the next coming days, it's in the process, we're waiting for somebody else, we're dependent on whatever else. When will you actually commit to a final timeline and exact dates of when these smart ID cards will be made available to these people? Because they've been waiting, as you said so yourself, started the process in 2013. It's 10 years later and we're still waiting for smart ID cards. When will they actually get them, Minister? When will you commit to a timeline? Thank you.
Minister, when we've finished what we are doing here, I'll give you the date. I'll announce and say, and we'll announce by writing to the individuals, not those who are not affected, who are just crumbling, the individuals who are directly affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second supplementary question, Honorable Dodovu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I don't really have a question to the Minister. I want to commend him for his response and his vast knowledge of how the system works. I really appreciate that. If I was in my township in Joburg, I was going to say one class on Kadite, and I would really want to thank him for that. Out of his responses, we are very much educated. We now know better how the systems works. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the third supplementary question from Honorable Khatebe. Honorable Khatebe.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, it is an open secret that national departments struggle with establishing and maintaining effective intergovernmental relations that will support and ensure the success of processes such as this. What step-by-step actions, if any, have already been taken and effected by you and your department to ensure harmony amongst your department and other departments or service providers to realize the success of this program that the Honorable Minister is talking about? Thank you.
Minister.
Chairperson, I'm not sure whether this is not a new question. I'm not sure you can make a ruling about it if it's not new, but then I'll have to be explained to you because I don't understand very well. It's talking about intergovernmental relations. And the question here is about giving smart ID cards to naturalized citizens. I don't know whether there's a relationship.
Honorable Khatebe, to give you another opportunity. Is there anything that you want to say in relation to the question that we have posed? Anything at all that can assist?
Honorable Chairperson, if the Department of Home Affairs is engaged in any program of issuing IDs and documents for citizens that are not in South Africa, surely there has to be a working relations with other departments in relation to that. So my question revolves around that issue of working with other departments, how smooth it is and if there is any harmony in working with other departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister.
Chairperson, we work very closely with DIRCO. In fact, when I say people apply in our missions abroad, I'm talking about embassies that are run by DIRCO, controlled by an ambassador appointed by DIRCO. In all of them, we appoint people from Home Affairs to sit in those missions, and they report to the ambassador and they work together. But be that as it may, the present question, fortunately, the people we are talking about are in South Africa. They are all naturalized citizens. They've been given the citizenship of South Africa. Only that when Home Affairs gave smart IDs in 2013, they did not include them. They started first with South Africans. And we are now starting a process to make sure that they can also apply for smart ID cards. For that, we do not necessarily need any government department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last supplementary question comes from Honorable Makwala. Honorable Makwala.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Council. It's Honorable Mokau.
Sorry.
Thank you,
Please
Chair.
proceed.
Minister,
proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Minister, all these systems that you have mentioned and mentioned that they've been integrated with other departments. Can you, from your side, assure us if they are also integrated with the immigration or the citizens' records? And if so, how is your department involved in making sure that the audits or the service providers which are appointed to actually verify this information present to your department a totally clean and verified information? What is your role in that regard? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, Chairperson, the reality is that not all our systems are integrated. We are battling very hard to try to make sure that all of them are integrated. For instance, we do not yet have integration with the Department of Justice between the divorce system of the Department of Justice, and the National Population Register. We still do that manually. People still come. So that's one big problem we're trying to resolve. But all the other systems, like the National Population Register, is integrated with the banks. When you go to the bank today in South Africa, Chairperson, it's not like in the past, where they look at your face, look at your ID. No, they take whatever information you give them, they get into the computer, it sends them straight into the National Population Register, where your file appears in front of the banker, and they are able to help you. SASSA is doing the same thing. SASSA no longer phones us when a person applies for SASSA, because they are integrated with the National Population Register. The private industry, Security Industry Regulatory Authority, when people go to renew their licenses to be security officers, it's also directly linked to the National Population Register. What is not linked, which you are busy doing, and processes and acts and bills have already been sent to cabinet to deal with this matter, is that we have got 3 databases in South Africa. The National Population Register, as I said, that records birth, death, marriage, ID, and passport. And that only applies to South Africans or naturalized citizens, even refugees and permanent residents. We now also have a system called NIIS, National Immigration Information System, which records only people who are here in South Africa, but are not South Africans. And is usually asylum seekers and refugees also, who have not yet been fully integrated. The last system is called VAS, the Visa Adjudication System. That system is for anybody who in South Africa through a visa or a permit. And there are 17 such visas and permits. Any one of them, including the tourist visa, which was being spoken about here, the general work visa, the visitor's visa, study visa, etc. All of them are in VAS. Now, what we are doing, we are introducing a new system called NIS, National Information System, where everybody who is within the borders of South Africa exists on the same system. That's what we are busy with. We have already finished the first phase of that, because the first phase consists in changing the biometric system we have called HANIS to a modernized one called ABIS, which have got more biometrics. As I'm speaking now, all of you have been migrated to the new system, whereby, because the present system only stores a fingerprint and your photo, the new system has got 5 biometrics, including facial recognition. So we do have technology now that can recognize your face, because we have finished that first phase. Once we move to a second phase, we'll start integrating all the systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move to the next question, question 286. This question is on queues at service offices. Queues at service offices. The question comes from Honorable Bartlett, and it's directed to the Minister of Home Affairs. Before we go to Honorable Bartlett, Minister.
Yeah, Chairperson, I must state that the solutions we are putting here to deal with long queues are symptomatic. In other words, we are dealing with the symptoms. The heart of the problem in long queues is the SITA systems that are always down. And we have already moved to other scientific organizations to help us. But be that as it may, in order to alleviate and mitigate at the present moment for the long queues, we've established a system called BAPS, Branch Appointment Booking System, for live capture. That means for IDs and passport, whereby you book online to get a space in the Department of Home Affairs. So you only come at the time that is given to you. And most people who are using this system spend no more than 15 minutes in Home Affairs, obviating the problem of long queues. But we are also busy realizing that we depend on a third party, meaning a sister department, for connectivity, especially in rural villages, for connectivity of Home Affairs services, realizing that we thought we need to be on our own also while we are waiting. So we are introducing a virtual interactive self-service machine, or a kiosk, which will be introduced in the 9 modernized offices. That means the offices, especially in rural areas, who are not connected. According to this system, you serve yourself. You get at a kiosk in the same way as you go to an ATM. You don't get into the bank. You don't need the bank teller to help you. You are able to get money. In this system, you'll be able to get your ID through this kiosk. It also depends on the facial recognition system that I've spoken about. We are already piloting this. We've already ordered some of the kiosks, and we think they'll help very much. But I must state, those people who are taking an ID for the first time will not be able to use it. It's only for reissue, because people who want a reissue, we've already processed them, we already know them, they're already within the system, they are genuine. Those who are new, we still have to check their credentials before you give them IDs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Bartlett, first supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Can I just ask to be excused for not switching my video on? I'm not well. If I may, Chairperson, can I proceed? Okay. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response to my question. The virtual interactive self-service machine will go a long way in assisting to shorten the queues in the Home Affairs offices. Honourable Minister, has there been a pilot project, or is the department planning to have a pilot project before the implementation of the machines, and will they be user-friendly for those that are unfamiliar with them? Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Thanks, Honourable Minister.
Minister.
Yes, indeed. There is ongoing pilot. It's about to come to an end, because if you come up with new technology without piloting it, it will cause you a disaster. But in order to avoid that, we are. Yes, definitely, people who won't be able to use this technology will get people to help them. In the same way what you doing with BABS already. There were questions because BABS you book online about people who will not be well versed with the technology or who do not have the facilities to do so. In the Home Affairs offices that are using BABS, when you arrive there, there's an iPad and a person who's manning that station where you can go in and they'll help you to book online. In other ways, they will do it for you. So in this case of the kiosk, we will definitely get people who will be there to show you how the system works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question comes from Honorable Debray. Honorable Debray.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, this question has been asked repeatedly in this House over the last few years, and none of the previous answers you gave ever came to effect. Queues and service delivery at most Home Affairs offices nationwide are still in a dire state. Honourable Minister, when will we actually see improvements in this regard? And can you commit to a time frame and a deadline for these improvements? Thank you.
Minister.
Chairperson, if he's talking about long queues, I've already mentioned it in this House. I accept that. It's a big headache. And together with CETA, we came to present in front of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs about steps that have been taken. Some already have been implemented. Others are still going to be implemented, like CETA refreshing all their networks for 400 million rand, which they've already started. That's not in our hands, it's in the hands of CETA. They also redoing their systems countrywide, and they said they are doing a 1 billion rand project. We're still waiting. But we are saying because those matters are out of our hands, in the meantime, we'll be doing what we can. That's why we have introduced the BABS system, and that's why we are going to introduce the kiosks. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The third supplementary question comes from Honorable Tafeni.
It's Mokause, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, you have for years mentioned that you have actually declared war against long queues and Home Affairs. Yet to date, you have failed to eradicate long queues at this department. Honorable Minister, why are you not partnering with other departments and have permanent working satellites based in these communities, like taking the Home Affairs to communities? Why are you not having a team of professionals who are assisting at the level of the towns, townships, and rural communities? You would agree with me that Home Affairs is not only issuing IDs, but Home Affairs is also issuing a lot of certificates, including a nightmare of death certificates. Some of these families can't even afford to go to town and get their issues resolved. Why are you not taking your services to the people and making sure that all these documents reaches our people where they live? Thank you.
Minister.
Actually, I'm doing so, Chairperson. From August last year, I go out with the mobile units because they are much better than the legacy offices. They've got all the equipment, including an inbuilt generator. Now, Home Affairs has always been having 100 of these mobile units. We have added 20, and we have added another 100, which are being manufactured in Gqeberha, in Roslyn, and in eThekwini. And they are going to deliver them next month. We will keep them. I do go out with them. On Friday, I spent the whole day in Maruleng municipality in Skoror, because they only go to Zanin and Palavra for IDs. And 235 people were served within a period of 3 days. Next week, I'll be going to Bushbuck Ridge, and before the end of the year, I'll end in Siabuso. So we do go around, and it works very well. And we made a decision that in order to deliver services very well, it is better to rely on mobiles because they move around and they are all connected. And we found them extremely useful. And indeed, they offer all the services. They can't give you the old ID card because they are modernized. They'll give you a smart card. But I also want to add, Chairperson, we have also started opening Home Affairs offices in hospitals. Out of the 4,000 public hospitals and clinics in South Africa, 1,444 of them, sorry, 1,440, birth is taking place there. And we have targeted them to put Home Affairs offices there. And the last time I counted, out of the hospitals we have targeted, we were left with 91. So that in those hospitals where we have put Home Affairs offices, when the mother goes home with the child, they also go home with a birth certificate. That is what is happening. Last week when I was in Skoror, there is a lady who told me that she's a beneficiary of that. She went to the hospital to deliver a baby. She did not even know. The nurses told her that there is a Home Affairs office there. Because in hospitals where there's space, we put the Home Affairs offices opposite the labor ward. So that when the woman comes out with a baby, they will see written Home Affairs there. Where they are not able to give us a room next to the labor ward, we put it somewhere within the hospital vicinity, but we ask the nurses to please help. So we are doing that for people to get documentation. Lastly, Chair, it will be a tragedy if somebody is able to bury their beloved ones because Home Affairs has not been able to give them a death certificate rather. We don't allow that, Chair. I mean, you can imagine in some religions, you die, they want to bury you within 5 hours. What will happen if Home Affairs can't be ready? So when it comes to death, we issue certificates. We can even issue them manually so that the person can be buried. And then you come back and get a computerized death certificate. But when it comes to death, even during COVID, when we closed quite a number of offices, when it comes to death certificate, we have got to make sure that is issued. So that is one document that we make sure that everybody gets, because it will be very tragic if that was not to be so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last supplementary question comes from Honorable Badenhorst.
Well, Minister, thank you very much. The fact remains that queues are a symptom of the disease that is departmental failure. If you work at any of the Home Affairs service centers, you should actually have the words, "the system is down," tattooed on your forehead. And you mentioned it now. You said CETA is the issue. And I'm very glad that you mentioned CETA, because you stood in the same house 2 years ago and said exactly the same thing. You said CETA, and I'm going to quote you, Minister, is the original sin of Home Affairs. Did you say that? CETA is the original sin of Home Affairs, and that you, as the Minister, are working with Treasury to exempt Home Affairs, like at that stage you said Treasury is exempted from using CETA, but rather using private IT companies. This is born, and I'm worried about this, Minister, because CETA, listening to you talking about CETA, if you listen to CETA, they say that it's not their responsibility. They say that, in fact, the downtime, if you look at the downtime between CETA and Home Affairs, there's no correlation. So CETA is saying you are not investing in infrastructure. Minister, I think you've wasted 2 years seeking exemption for something that's not going to solve the problem, when the problem is actually your Home Affairs underinvestment in ICT. Is it not so? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I think that's your opinion. That's definitely your opinion. It is not a secret that government departments do have problems with CETA. It's not a secret. And CETA has just acquired a new CEO who seems to be grappling with the problem from what I heard a few weeks ago. I never said CETA is the original sin. I said the original sin in Home Affairs is this issue of system downtime, because we are using sister system. It is true, and it's a fact, that when there is load shedding, for instance, all the switches are off. And once they are off, there is absolutely no work in Home Affairs, and the queues start accumulating. On the issue of being exempted, yes, I have applied for that exemption. I can even show you letters. It's not me who must exempt myself. I must be exempted by whoever is in charge of CETA. And I've written 3 letters already asking for that type of exemption, so much that we decided to move to another scientific organization, which is busy doing a diagnosis. What is wrong with these systems? Because when we were summoned to the portfolio committee, we outlined the issues that must be done by CETA and the issues that must be done by Home Affairs. And we are doing our part on those things that needs to be done by Home Affairs. So, Chairperson, it is true, it's a tragedy about this issue of systems and system downtime. Is something that we don't like, we hate. We are spending sleepless night, but it's a matter that is in another government department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Not using CETA, sir.
We will now proceed to the next question. And this is question number 279. The question is on court judgment on Zimbabwean exemption permits. Court judgment on Zimbabwean exemption permits. The question comes from Honorable Hihi and is directed to the Minister of Home Affairs. Minister.
Chairperson, there are 2 questions here which are not necessarily related to each other. And unfortunately, they've been put together. The first question is about the judgment in the Zimbabwean exemption permit. The second one is about the general immigration system to modernize it. And so I want to answer them in a separate manner. It is true that the judgment is what it was about the Zimbabwean exemption permit. And it's also true about the judgment that was passed yesterday, also in line, in the same direction. But for now, in the issue of the immigration, I have said this many times, Chairperson, that we are going to overhaul the whole migration system of the country. We're going to overhaul it. And I said, when you overhaul it, you need a policy, because there's never been a policy in South Africa. What you have are acts, separate acts, like the Citizenship Act of 1995, the Refugee Act of 1998, and the Immigration Act of 2002, which exist separately. What we are doing now is to come up with a white paper that will be a policy document to encompass all of them. The cabinet has just approved it last week. We are busy preparing to gazette it. Once we gazette it, it goes out into the public for public comments. And once the public passes that white paper, we want to put up to completely do away with the Citizenship Act, the Refugee Act, and the Immigration Act, and come up with an omnibus act, as it is the practice around the world. We'll repeal them completely, but we want South Africans first to debate the white paper, which is a founding document of the whole migration system of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minister. Honorable Hihi.
Minister, your treatment of the Zimbabwean permit holders is a sign of your deep-seated hatred for fellow Africans. As to this day, you still cannot tell us what your actual plan is with the Zimbabwean permit holders. Where do you want them to go? And what steps have you taken to ensure that everyone who should be registered in this country is actually registered?
Minister.
Chair, there is a very clear plan which we've outlined about the Zimbabwean exemption permit. And we have said many times, and I'm still saying it without fear or favor. You cannot have a system in the country that is temporary, but forever. A system that has been established to solve a temporary problem, but it stays forever. You cannot have that. All I said is that we are stopping the Zimbabwean exemption permit, and we are asking them to migrate to all the other visas that exist in the country. And there are 17 of them. There are millions of Zimbabweans in South Africa, millions. And they've been regulated to be in the country. Well, of course, there are those who are illegal, but there are millions of Zimbabweans who are not illegal. They are not on the ZEP. The ZEP only affects 178,000. All we are saying is let's stop this ZEP, apply for regular visas. And in order to help them, we have done two things. We are exempting them, those who want to apply for the general work visa. We exempt them from the general requirement of going to the Department of Labor to prove to the department that the work they would like to do cannot be done by any South African. That is what the law says. The law passed by this parliament, that anybody who wants a general work visa must go to the Department of Employment and Labor first, prove to them that the job was advertised and no South African can perform that work. It's then that they will bring somebody from outside. At Home Affairs, all they do is to come with a certificate, which is given by the Department of Labor. Zimbabweans on the ZEP, we are exempting them from that requirement, which is a very big step forward. And many have applied. Thousands and thousands have applied. And I personally have signed thousands and thousands of exemptions. Once you sign them, then they'll go and apply. Those who are on the applying for the scarce skill, they don't have to go to the Department of Labor. We have gazetted already 3 times this year the scarce skill list. All that we do is to go to that list. If you take a certificate which shows a profession that is on the scarce skill, we have got no option but to give you a visa, a scarce skill visa. So we do have plans and we are working on them. We are working on the plans and they are very clear. Thank you very much. And this issue of losing a court case, if you read that court case, all they said is that I did that without consulting Zimbabweans. That's what they're asking for. They never said the system we are doing is wrong. They said in terms of PAJA, I was supposed to go and consult the Zimbabwean first. And because of the manner in which it happened, we have appealed. We'll hear what the other higher courts say. That they never said, don't do this, don't take. They said, in terms of PAJA, this is an administrative action, go and consult. That's what we have appealed against. But while we are appealing, I am not stopping to sign the exemptions for these Zimbabweans who are applying for them. And any one of them who can prove that they've got a job in South Africa, we give them that exemption, even if they might have come illegally at that time. So I want people to understand this whole issue of ZEP, because a lot of stories are being bandied around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question, second supplementary question comes from Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Thank you for your responses. But Minister, is your department's proposed termination of the Zimbabwean exemption permits and departmental red tape giving her the opportunity to pass. And your departmental's red tape, not just pushing people towards undocumented migration by making Chair, you'll have to speak. By making permits scarcer at a time when people can ill afford it. I don't know if I must restate what I said because of all the people passing in front of us. Chair, if you can just rule on that.
Now, if you can just indicate that it's an established practice. It's also part of our rules that when a speaker is on the floor, we don't pass in front of that person. So that's what we need to stick to. But my understanding was that the member may be under some pressing difficult situation, and therefore we needed to just be a bit more accommodative. But please be reminded that this shouldn't happen. Please proceed.
I'm sure the Minister got the drift of the follow-up question. Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Yeah, I got it, but I want to assure you, in Home Affairs, we don't easily get distracted like you are. We concentrate a lot. Yes, we don't really allow ourselves just to get distracted by small things when we start doing our work. And so for that reason, we're trying to do our work very well in that regard. I'm not sure what is meant by visas being scarce. South Africa has got 17 types of permits and visas. Show me any country on the planet that has got that number. In fact, in this overhaul of the immigration system, we want to reduce them rather than increase them. It's too much. Too much. Countries don't work on this. It's an administrative nightmare to have 17 visas: spousal visa, relatives visa, dependent visa, business visa, study visa, scarce skill visa, retirement visa, and all that. Countries don't work like that. So we have not made them scarce. There are too many all around. And if you read the report, after Pastor Bushiri got his documents fraudulently from Home Affairs, and you are aware that we have dismissed people who gave those fraudulent documents, you are aware that I hired a team that was chaired by the former Director General in the Presidency, Mr. Cassius Lubis, Dr. Cassius Lubis, who worked with people who used to work for the Scorpions and the investigators of the Zondo Commission. They all came together, and I said every single visa or document that was issued since the Immigration Act came into effect in 2004, they must investigate it. And they did that job. They presented the findings to the Portfolio Committee. And one of their recommendations is that we need to re-look into these visas, because they said there is something called forum shopping, meaning a person hops from one visa to the other. You apply for this visa because there are 17. If you don't get what you want, the following day you jump to the other visa. The following day, the other day you will jump to the, So we are looking at them. So they are not few. They are actually more than what they should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to supplementary question number 3 from Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. What actionable and stringent methods have you effected to ensure a balance between the need for regularized formal foreign labor in the country and the abuse of our lenient and overstretching laws by foreign nationals? Thank you.
Minister?
Yes, Chairperson, we try our best, because we have repeatedly said we are not stopping people from visiting South Africa, but we want them to come legally. Even the president said so a few days ago, that we only want people to come here legally. And we'll do everything in our power to make sure that that is so. And part of that includes, as I said, repealing the acts that apply in that area. The Citizenship Act that we passed in 1995, the Refugee Act we passed in 1998, the Immigration Act we passed in 2002. They need to be repealed, and we start from the beginning. In the white paper that we are going to release, that was approved by Parliament Cabinet, we have outlined 47 judgments in court where our acts were being quoted by the judges, showing that there is something wrong with this act. 47 judgments which throughout the ages government lost because the laws that are there, and so we are going to try our best, because the only thing that we want is people to come in the country legally and announce themselves. At the moment, the system is there, but sometimes it's breached. In terms of the Immigration Act, if you arrive at the borders and say, I'm coming to South Africa, I want to apply for asylum or for refugee status, we are forced to give you what we call a Section 23 permit under the Immigration Act. It says that permit is valid for 5 days, but within 5 days, you must arrive at the nearest refugee reception center. And we have got 5 of sub-centers. We've got one in Musina, the biggest one, the Desmond Tutu Reception Center in Marabastad in Tshwane. We've got one here in Cape Town, and we've just opened the state-of-the-art in Epping. You can go and visit it. It is definitely state-of-the-art, much better than many of our Home Affairs offices, and is used by foreign nationals who must regularize their stay here. We've opened it just a few months ago, right here in Epping. We've got one in Tebeja, we've got one in Tekwini. Once you arrive there, we've got no option but to give you a Section 22 permit under the Refugee Act, which says you are here for a period of 3 to 6 months to apply for refugee status. And while you are applying, we give you that permit. If the 3 months expires before your application has been finalized, you go and renew it. And if you go to Desmond Tutu, there is a kiosk there. You don't have to be in touch with a Home Affairs official. You just go to the kiosk yourself and renew it. But sometimes people take those and just disappear. Remember, we are one of the few countries, if not the only country, globally and also on the continent, that doesn't put people in camps. We don't put people in camps. They live with us, they interact with us. So if they disappear into the population, you all know. In other countries, they are locked in a camp. And I want you to understand that South Africa has opted for non-encampment. I know that there is a story of the people here who are in Belleville, and I'm meeting the mayor of Cape Town about that issue. This Friday, we are having a big meeting. They call it a refugee camp. There's no refugee camp in the country. That place was put there to take people away from the streets, to run away from COVID. And COVID is over. There's no more COVID. They've got no reason to be there. And there are people who call it the refugee camps. Under what policy? Because South Africa doesn't have refugee camps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last supplementary question comes from Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mtetwa.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to you, Minister, for the response to this question. We have been elaborate in a number of ways, and also educating us. Minister, my question is, are there any problem encountered by immigrants who wish to stay in South Africa legally? If yes, how is this department assisting them, Minister? Beside those that you have said they must apply through Department of Labor, you educated us on those ones. Those that just want to come here legally, how are they going to be assisted, Minister?
Obviously, sir, it will be a lie to say any system does not encounter its own problems. It will be a lie. Every system does. Even South Africans who are entitled to IDs and all that do experience some form of problem with the other. But be that as it may, the High Commissioner of Refugees based in Geneva, Mr. Philippe Grande, when he visited South Africa in 2020, he said South Africa has got the most progressive refugee and asylum laws around the whole world. So we do have them. The problems encountered, however, is that quite a number of people who come here and want to regularize themselves are economic migrants. Migrants who come from other countries applying for asylum refugee are regularized via international conventions. And there are 3 of them. The United Nations Convention of 1951, the United Nations Protocol of 1967, and the Organization of African Unity, OAU, Convention of 1969. Then in South Africa is the 3 acts I've mentioned: citizenship, refugee, and immigration. You can go through all those 3 international conventions and the laws here. None of them talk about economic migration. That is where the problem starts. So for that reason, the RSDOs, or refugee determination officers, refugee status determination officers, when you go there and you mention the issues of refugee or asylum, they go and check those acts and they check the international conventions. If you don't qualify according to them, they reject you. Now, when people are told that you have been rejected, they don't go away, they appeal. And the appeal system in South Africa, which you're also showing in the white paper, is what we call a blue sky approach. It doesn't end. It goes on and on and on. You appeal forever. And if by any chance you decide that you have exhausted the appeal process in Home Affairs, you go to an open court, you start from the beginning. That's why people take up to a decade here in South Africa, and you are being blamed for having a backlog. The backlog that is there, which even United Nations have accepted on asylum seekers, is people who have been processed and given letters that you don't qualify, but they are staying and they are refused to go. A good example is the people who occupied the Central Methodist Church here in Cape Town, in central Cape Town. And you know that there was a court case by the Treaters Association, and Judge Tulare said they must leave. Now, amongst them, there were 3 ringleaders who have been applying for asylum in South Africa. They took 13 years. And eventually, after 13 years, the magistrate ruled that we must take them away, back to their country, that they are not asylum seekers, they are lying. As if to prove the magistrate right, one of them, a gentleman by the name of Papi Sakyung, when he arrived in the DRC, he tweeted within 2 weeks that he has formed a political party. A person who has been living here, harassing us, saying we don't welcome people, he's running away from DRC, he's an asylum seeker, he wants refugee status. You go back to your country, you form a political party, and nobody arrests you because nobody chased you away. But because South African system is a blue sky approach, you were able to spend 13 years. So those are the things that we would like to change so that they become very clear and straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now we move on to question 277. This question is on establishment of electoral consultation panel. Establishment of electoral consultation panel. The question has been asked by FJ Badnost and is directed to the Minister of Home Affairs. Minister.
Yes, Chairperson, yes. There are ongoing consultations with the IEC. Those consultations started long ago, and the names of the preferred candidates will, as required by Section 23 of the Electoral Amendment Act 2013, Act number 1 of 2023. 2023, not 2013. Act number 1 of 2023 be submitted to the National Assembly for approval. But should I add that you are aware that this act, which went through this House recently and was passed by the National Assembly, you are aware that it has been challenged from 3 fronts by different organizations in the Constitutional Court. The hearing was in August. We're waiting for the final outcome. There's no judgment yet. But at any rate, the consultations are continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. First supplementary question, Honorable Badnost.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Seems like another cost order coming your way, Honourable Minister. Your failure to establish the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel in the time frame prescribed by law has a direct impact on its effectiveness. In terms of the law, the deadline for the panel to complete its report is 12 months after the 2024 election. And so every single day its appointment is delayed now is a day less to consider electoral reform options, consult with the stakeholders, and undertake meaningful public participation. So one can only wonder, Minister, why there's these stalling tactics. What does the ANC have against an accountable electoral system? Thank you.
There's no stalling tactics. There are no stalling tactics altogether. And I'm sure none of us even know the date of the elections. And you are right, it says 12 months after the elections. Which date we don't know. But I can assure you, I am consulting with the IEC on this matter. And when the names are there, we will consult with Parliament as the Act says. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Honorable De Bruin. Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, with the deadline for the establishment of the Electoral Consultation Panel, obviously being before the 2024 elections, to enable the panel to submit recommendations for potential reform within 12 months after the elections. Minister, will you commit to this House that the necessary steps will be processed and that the panel will be established in time before the elections? Can you make that commitment?
Yes, indeed, I can. Oh, sorry.
Minister, please proceed.
Yes, I can make that, but let's get it very clear. This panel is not established for 2024 elections. It is being established for 2029 elections because the 2024 elections will be run in terms of Act number 1 of 2023, unless the Constitutional Court rules otherwise. And I told you I'm still waiting for the judgment. But for now, the panel is being established to set up processes for 2029 elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Third supplementary question comes from Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And let me also thank the Honorable Minister for the response. And Chair, I don't want to belabor the point because my question is also related to the fact that will the panel be ready and in place in time to do its work for the next elections? And I think the Minister has already responded to that. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Yeah, no, thank you. She is right. The panel will be set up before the 2024 elections, but their work is to work towards a new electoral system for 2029 elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The fourth supplementary question comes from Honorable Mgausi.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Council. Minister, the reality is that whether you delay with this panel or not, elections are going to come and you are not going to be there after the 2024 general elections. Can the Minister state here on record that the real reasons of stalling the publicizing of these names? If there is, are they political? We all know that anything that is done here is political. But can you assure us that there is not political, and why are you stalling publishing those names? Thank you.
I can assure you that there is nothing political. As to whether I'm coming back or not after the elections next year, it's neither here nor there. This act is neither here nor there. This act or this panel is not about me. It's about the people of South Africa, who will always be there forever and ever and ever, regardless of who is in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the next question. Question 287. This question is on Border Management Authority, asked by Honorable A.D. Malika and directed to the Minister of Home Affairs. Minister.
Yes, the question is about the successes or positive results rather that were achieved since the Border Management Authority was established. And indeed, there are many. Firstly, the capacity building and personal development. We have to appoint executive managers who are running portfolios. You might be aware, Chairperson, that the Border Management Authority, when it was established, it was a branch under the Department of Home Affairs, which means the commissioner or acting commissioner then was acting like a DDG. But from the 1st of April this year, it is a stand-alone entity, stand-alone 3A public entity under the Public Finance Management Act. And as such, from the 1st of April, all the people in the Department of Health, called Port Health Authorities, have been transferred to the Border Management Authority. All the people in the Department of Agriculture who are dealing with agricultural goods at the borders have also been transferred to the Border Management Authority. All the people from the Department of Environment, Fisheries and Forestry who are dealing with fauna and flora, which fauna and flora is allowed to go in and out of the country, have equally been transferred. All the immigration officers under the Department of Home Affairs, those who are based at the borders, have also been transferred. So that work has been done. On the 5th of this month, of October rather, you are aware that the president went to Beitbridge, where he launched the Border Management Authority officially as the 3rd law enforcement agency in the country, after the South African Defence Force and after South African National Defence Force and after the South African Police Services. And in this regard, we have hired a total of 200 border guards, and 400 new ones are finalizing training. But we have also hired 50 maritime border guards who are going to work at the coast. The other achievement is that we have been planning to redevelop the 6 priority land ports of entry, being Beitbridge with Zimbabwe, Libombo with Mozambique, Oshhoek with Botswana, Oshhoek with Eswatini rather, and Kopfontein with Botswana, Maseri Bridge and Fixback with Lesotho. We have already issued requests for proposals. The private sector companies that I want to participate because it's a PPP have already visited these borders, and we are waiting for them to submit by the end of March next year what their proposals will be. The successes, the border guards were launched on the 14th of July last year. Since they were launched, they've intercepted 35,000 individuals who have been attempting to enter the country illegally through the vulnerable segments of the borderline. And those individuals got arrested, taken to the nearest port of entry, got their fingerprints taken, declared undesirable, and our movement control system has processed the deportation. Furthermore, the BMA officials caught 95,000 individuals who overstayed in the country. That means who came with passports and visas, but allowed them to expire and never went away. And lastly, in that regard, 142 stolen vehicles, high-value vehicles, which were about to cross the border, were intercepted by the border guards and returned to SAPS for further investigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Malika, first supplementary question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you allow me not to switch on my video due to the unstable network?
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your comprehensive response to my question. Honorable Minister, as we have said in the past that the Border Management Act is not the silver bullet, but will stop all our difficulties with the border management. But it will go a long way in assisting us to manage our borders. My question, Honorable Minister, the redevelopment of the 6 major land ports of entry into one-stop border posts assist in the overall border management? Thank you, Chairperson.
Minister?
Yes, it will indeed assist. I'm sure you are aware that the African Union has already passed with pomp and ceremony the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. That free trade agreement wants well-functioning borders. As the borders are now between South Africa and its neighbors and many other destinations on the continent, you get processed twice when you arrive at the border. If you are going to Botswana, South Africa processes you this side, takes long, then you cross no man's land and you arrive on the Botswana side, they also process you. The one-stop border post will abolish that. You get processed only once. The systems are such that they are integrated within the countries and you get processed once. Long before the BMA was formed, when the act was still a bill being debated in Parliament, I visited all the neighboring countries. We met at the borders to discuss the mode of one-stop border post, and there were 3 to choose from. There is something called the juxtaposed model. In the juxtaposed model, when you go to Zimbabwe, for instance, South Africa doesn't process you. You just pass through as if it's not a border. You get processed on the Zimbabwean side because you are entering their country. When you come back, Zimbabwe doesn't process you. They just allow you to go through. They don't even ask you questions. Then you get processed on the South African side. That is the method that we have chosen throughout the whole of SADC. And when we establish a one-stop border post, it will be along those lines. The infrastructural development, Chairperson, is going to be very, very helpful. Just to give you an example, we are saying any one of these companies that are now visiting the borders to put up the infrastructure, they must also put modern technology. And one of the modern technologies we are demanding is gamma ray technology, where a truck drives through. The old method is to use X-rays, but they are obsolete. Where a truck drives through that gamma ray technology, and you can see everything that is inside the truck. In fact, when President Ramaphosa was at the border at Beit Bridge, together with President Mnangagwa, they demonstrated a scanner that is going to work along the same lines, where there was a truck carrying cargo, and it was shown on the screen. On the custom papers is written bananas. In fact, when you check on that screen, the back part, a very small part of the truck is carrying bananas, but the rest of the truck is counterfeit cigarettes. You can't catch that if you don't have that type of system, and we are going to install it. You may be aware that some 2 or 3 years back, there was something on social media which was breaking our heart. A truck going through Libombo border post into Mozambique, full of brooms to the brim. But when those brooms are removed, there was a van, a panel van parked there. It was going to cross into Mozambique. Now it is a policeman who is suspected and searched. We don't want to live through suspicions. We want that truck to drive through a gamma ray machine, and everything that is inside will be seen. Not only opaque objects, the gamma ray is capable of seeing even cash, is capable of seeing paper money, is capable of seeing even alcohol, is capable to see cigarettes and all those things. And that's why we are busy installing, going to install at the borders. All we need is for the company that wins the bid, companies rather, because there are going to be many, that win the bid, to go and look for that type of technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second supplementary question, Honorable Lamini.
Thank you, Chair. It will be Muletsane on her behalf.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Minister, what impact does the Border Management Authority have on privately owned terminals such as the Fireblade Aviation in OR Tambo? Please provide the details. Thank you.
Minister.
Any person who is coming into the Republic of South Africa must be processed by immigration officials. I've told you that all the immigration officials who are working at our airports and netports have been referred to the Border Management Authority. I mean, they've been transferred officially. The president signed a resolution in terms of Section 97 of the Constitution to effect that type of change, and it has happened. So you cannot enter the country without being processed by immigration officials. That becomes illegal. So regardless of where you are entering, there ought to be some immigration officers there, as there will be customs officials, as there will be port health officials, as there will be environmental officials, and as there will be agriculture officials. That's how it's done, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Third supplementary question comes from Honorable Khatebe.
Thank you,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Khatebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, what specialized skills and resources does the Border Management Authority have that the SANDF and the SAPS lack, seeing that efforts from the latter armed services have not been as successful in their efforts in such a short space of time? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Yeah, Chairperson, this is a very good question, actually, because it clarifies a lot of things that confuse people. The forces you have mentioned have got different capabilities, but more than anything else, have got different objectives under the laws passed by this parliament. They've got different mandates. That's actually the word I'm using. I wanted to use. They've got different mandates. The fact that we have got the army at the border does not mean that the army is going to be able to stop illegal people. In fact, the army told us straight that, look, our training is to shoot and kill. Every soldier around the world is trained for that, not to process people who are coming in illegally or not. They won't. So it's not that they didn't see. Some of the people just come illegally to go and buy something and go back, and you don't expect the soldiers to deal with that. So the army, in fact, the act that you passed in this parliament, and I'm happy that the NCOP played a very important role. If you don't know, I'm telling you, to pass the Border Management Authority Act. When it came here to you, certain things were not done. And it's the NCOP said, those things must be done. One of them is that we need to sign a memorandum of understanding with the police and the army, and also a memorandum of understanding with SARS. That we have done. The army's job is to protect the sovereignty of South Africa, and they are there at the borders to do that. But the Border Management Authority mandate is access control, meaning who comes in and out routinely in South Africa, whether through the airport, through the seaport, or through the land port of entry. That is their job. But the army is for the sovereignty. And if there's any crime that is committed, then they'll hand over to the police. The act that we have passed here said the jurisdiction of the Border Management Authority is 10 kilometers, a radius of 10 kilometers inland. In other words, when you are at the borderline, you count 10 kilometers inside the country. That's where the Border Management Authority will function. But if even within that 10-kilometer radius, there is a crime committed, it is the job of the South African police. And if there is somebody who's threatening the sovereignty of the country, it is the job of the South African National Defence Force. So these are force multipliers. That's why the president launched the Border Management Authority as a third law enforcement agency. Before, they could not arrest anybody. They had to call South African police. They've got now the power to arrest. If you jump a fence and they found you there, having jumped a fence illegally, they arrest you for breach of the Immigration Act. But if you commit a crime, they will hand you over to South African Police Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last supplementary question comes from Honorable Tim Protasef.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, you and I have had various conversations when I was in the NA about sugar taxes and that sort of thing. I don't know if you remember. But anyway, Minister, the question is about the BMA. You've listed the list of successes. Effectively, you've established an entity and you've employed a lot of people. So well done. I'm pretty sure that your border guards were stopping the vehicles before the BMA was established. But anyway, the BMA has only been running for about a month, so I think it's a bit too early to say how fantastically wonderful it's been. I think we should just hold our horses. But I do want to tell you about something that happened at the Manguzi border around about the same time that the BMA was launched. A South African citizen suffered from a heart attack in Ponta do Ora, which is very close to the Manguzi border post. The doctor there, the young doctor there, suggested that that patient be urgently moved to the Manguzi hospital. And if you know the geography, Minister, it's only 34 kilometers away. The problem with the whole situation is that the Manguzi border post lay in between. When this doctor and a good Samaritan arrived with the South African citizen in peril, and you are a medical doctor, so you understand what we're talking about, at the border post, the Mozambican officials were only too happy to try and expedite the passage of this person through the border post. What stopped was the South African BMA officials. They were told, phone the embassy. The embassy was contacted. The South African BMA official refused to speak to the embassy and just disappeared. They then had to call Netcare from Manguzi Hospital, who came, literally threw the medicine across the border so the doctor could stabilize, and then transported this poor patient, a South African citizen, 3 hours to Maputo, where he was then stabilized. My question to you today, Minister, is, are you prepared to commit today to making sure that there are proper protocols in place to ensure that South African citizens can pass borders under BMA with proper protocols in place so that people don't die? And number two, are you prepared to come back to this House and report on real figures in terms of smuggling contraband? Because what we've seen from this particular scenario is it's probably easier to smuggle drugs across the border than a dying South African citizen. Will you give us those commitments? Thank you.
Minister. Firstly, sir, there were no border guards before the BMA was formed. The border guards were launched on the 14th of July last year, 2022. The BMA became a branch in the Department of Home Affairs in 2020, in December, when the commissioner was appointed. So I just wanted to know that the existence of border guard was when the BMA was already there, but it was not a standalone entity, it was still incubated. We do have protocols, a lot of them. Even now, as I'm speaking to you here now, the commissioner is in Mozambique, meeting the Mozambican counterparts, discussing the issues of protocol. If there's a border guard that did what you say they've done, it needs to be investigated because it's wrong. We also, long before the BMA was formed, we also have a treatment visa. People do come here to the country via that visa. And we make it, because you can imagine somebody with a heart attack on the other side of the border, they say the only hospital that they can help is on this side, and they have to go to cross. You can't waste people's life through that. So there are protocols that are there to control it. If there's a border guard with that, please give us the details. We need to investigate it because it's wrong. It shouldn't be able to happen that way. And you are aware that we have got Port Health authorities there. I've just told you, we transfer them from the Department of Health. Those are the people who implement the health protocols because they know them. And maybe I must explain something. The fact that we've transferred people from health, agriculture, environment, and home affairs all of them from the 1st of April to be part of the Border Management Authority. Does not mean then that the BMA has taken over the work of health. No. What it means is the policies are still enacted by the Minister of Health. What the border guards will do is to implement. If the Minister of Health say anybody passing through the border must have a vaccination certificate for COVID, that will be the Minister of Health saying so, not the border guards, but the border guards will implement it. If the Minister of Agriculture say from now onwards, cattle of this and that stature and all that are no longer allowed in South Africa, that is the job of the Minister of Agriculture. But the border guards will implement it. Same as immigration officers. It's still the Minister of Home Affairs who makes policies about immigration, but the border guards implement. Lastly, it's not only the fact that the Border Management Authority stand alone doesn't mean it is on its own and ruling itself. It is governed by the IMC, Interministerial Committee. And you are aware that all interministerial committees in this country are appointed by the president. The only interministerial committee that is not appointed by the president, but appointed by an act passed by yourself. That act which you passed here names 10 ministers who must be in the IMC. And that's the only IMC that is formed like that. In other words, empowered by an act of parliament and not the president. And the act further says, whoever is the Minister of Home Affairs will chair that. That's the group. The Minister of Health sits in there, by the way, for eventualities like those. Those are the ministers who are in that statutory body. And statutorily, they meet 4 times a year. And the Border Management Authority reports to them. And the Minister of Health will be able to say, no, but that is wrong. The Minister of Finance will be able to say, no, that cannot be allowed in terms of customs, etc. There are 10 ministers in all. It's health, as I said, it's agriculture, it's environment, state security, it's DTIC, it's home affairs, it's defense, it's police, and the Minister of Finance. They are all sitting there and we sit 4 times a year. So that they are not just controlling themselves, they are controlled by a body appointed in a way by this very institution of parliament. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Minister. As the Minister takes his seat, allow me to indicate that we have come to the end of the questions to the Minister of Home Affairs. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister for availing himself to answer the questions. So, Minister, please proceed and take your seat.
Malibongwe, Minister, Malibongwe.
I will now call on the Honorable Ngwenya to take over the chairing of the sitting. And the next minister will be Honorable Waters. Sorry.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. We're now going to the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. Honorable Minister, can you please come to the podium? Honorable Minister, the question that we are going to ask Honorable Minister, it's a 282 that have asked by Honorable Sheikh. 282. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the South African government has been a consistent, ardent and vocal advocate for the reform of the United Nations, in particular the UN Security Council, which has the final mandate to provide stewardship as it relates to peace and security architecture is concerned. Our attitude as South Africa members find expression in the Zimbabwean consensus and the Surti declaration, which encapsulate the Common Africa agenda and which substantively argue for firstly, the doing away of the veto vote, and secondly, Chairperson, if the veto vote gets to be maintained, that the Africa should obviously have a permanent representation at the level of 2 states at this very important Security Council seat. Secondly, Chairperson, South Africa obviously deepened our participation in the United Nations General Assembly, in particular the intergovernmental negotiations on the reform. And we have done that over the past 15 years at a substantive level, where we have argued, one, for the need for the Council to be reformed, to reflect diversity of the member states of the United Nations. We do so, Chair, understanding that the Security Council established in 1945, of course, can no longer constitute a summary reflection 78 years later in 2023. Secondly, Chairperson, the current configuration where you have the P5 with the singular privilege to exercise veto right, contrast that with the fact that you have 10 non-permanent members, commonly referred to as the E10. We think obviously more than often, and I think delegates have seen with the current international crises, when a member or members of the Security Council that are permanent becomes conflicted, it then results in a stalemate balance of forces to resolve peace and security architecture. The third issue, what we are advocating, Chair, is that if we don't reform the Security Council, it will continue to lack legitimacy, through the eyes of those member states and regions of the world that are not represented. We are inspired, obviously, Madam Chair, that the United Nations President in 2022 at the UNGA 77 have confirmed, a need for the Security Council to be reformed. And we are further inspired that through the 15th BRICS Summit Declaration, both the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China have expressed support for a substantive reform of the Security Council. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for your comprehensive response to my question. Indeed, we agree that there is much need for reform of the United Nations. My question, Deputy Minister, how will a transformed United Nations assist in dealing with issues like the current conflict between the State of Israel and the occupied State of Palestine? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Respond.
Yes, no, thank you very much, and thank you for Honorable Sheikh for that very important question. I think the first issue, Madam Chair, is that the United Nations Security Council should honor and implement its own decisions, because in the body politic of the UN, it's the final arbiter and it have the exclusive mandate to do that. No other body in the UN system has that. UNGA does not have that. You can get an express opinion of what the democratic states of the UN family of nations think about. But the exclusive and pertinent mandate to execute, for example, issues of establishment of humanitarian corridors, such as in the conflict that are currently taking place between the state of Israel and Palestine. That exclusive mandate is with the UN Security Council. The enforcement of peacekeeping troops is the exclusive and singular privilege of the UN Security Council. The imposition of any concomitant matters, such as sanctions, is the exclusive mandate of the UN Security Council. In particular, Chairperson, the UN Security Council 2334, passed to ensure that the world understands that the conduct of the Israeli state is a conduct of an illegal state as it relates to the occupation of the land of the Palestinian people. That expressly so is a decision the UN Security Council have taken. 14 out of 15 members of the Security Council voted in support of that resolution. And for the very first time, the United States did not vote against that resolution, it abstained. And therefore, Madam Chair, when we reform the Security Council, what we are arguing for as South Africa is an authoritative, implementation plan. You take these decisions that declares illegality.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Consequences as it relates to this issue is concerned. Yeah. What you have seen is obviously large-scale annexation of territory of a besieged people. There's no enforcement of peacekeeping troops. There's no sanctions against the state of Israel. So our reform, it's not only in terms of representation, but it's also in terms of the content and the type of decisions that the Security Council should take. The one other point that we want to make, Honorable Chair, is that you have Amnesty International that have declared the conduct of the Israeli state to commensurate with that of the apartheid state. If the United Nations have been working in a manner in which South Africa envisages to work, by now there would have been the re-establishment of the special UN Committee Against Apartheid. If delegates could recall, when South Africa was declared as an apartheid state, that was the decision the UN take. That is what we expect of a reform UN. And those are the issues, Madam Chair, that South African government will continue to advance in this reform agenda that we envisage. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ocampo.
Thank you, House Chair. Good afternoon, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, when calls are made for fairer representation at the UN Security Council, which includes Africa, I imagine that South Africa has got aspirations to become a more permanent representative at the Security Council. Now, as you just answered previously, it seems that that is the case. If so, how can we expect support for our candidature and trust that we will be fair should we get it, if and when we continue to build a voting record that turns a blind eye to the human rights abuses of the governing parties as friends, including such abuses on the African continent and within the BRICS nations, instead of being guided by our constitutional principles? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Ocampo. Honorable Minister.
Yes, no, thank you very much. I think, Madam Chair, we have seen the South African nation is a very ambitious nation. We have seen it through the ambition that we had through sports diplomacy with the victory of the Springboks. You have seen the type of ambition that the oppressed people of South Africa had pre-1994, when the people of South Africa, the black majority, was oppressed by a white minority. You have seen the ambition for freedom. Our ambition is a mirror image, Madam Chair, of the ambition of our oppressed people. We see ourselves in South Africa as an express representation of the ideals of Nelson Mandela to construct a more just world, to construct a world that are founded on the principles of human rights. But equally so, Madam Chair, I think delegates would remember that South Africa is also a member of the non-aligned movement, and we subscribe to the 10 Bandung principles, already formulated in the Bandung conference in as far back as 1955. It speaks about respect for the territorial and sovereignty, integrity of member states of the United Nations. So that is key and critical. It speaks about adherence to the rule of law. It speaks about underpinning your foundations in terms of solidarity with oppressed people and the advancement of human rights. We have been a key ally when we advance progressive internationalism, Madam Chair, in relation to human rights issues is concerned. We have been unequivocal in relation to that. In fact, South Africa's voting record has been consistent with the voting record of any other state that could be regarded as a patron of human rights. It is for that reason, honorable delegates, that South Africa from the 1st of January 2023, this year, has been re-elected to serve as a member of the UN Human Rights Council. And in doing so, honorable delegates, we have received the majority of votes that any other member states have received when we assumed, the responsibility of the seat in the UN Human Rights Council. And that is a testimony of the trust and the confidence that other member states have actually displayed into South Africa. So I think it obviously substantively debunked a view that I expressed that our voting pattern at the Human Rights Council, at the United Nations General Assembly, conforms to that of states that are dictatorial, that don't respect human rights. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Shabangwani.
Thank you, Honorable the House Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, what role has South Africa played in transforming the United Nations? In particular, what role has South Africa played in bringing the UN and the African Union peace and security structures closer together? Thank you, Honorable the Minister.
Thanks very much, Honorable Tlangawani. Minister.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think it's a very important question. What we sought to do, especially during the time that we occupied, a footprint in the Security Council at the non-permanent capacity, we sought to draw key areas of responsibility between the United Nations Security Council and the African Peace and Security Architecture, in particular, Chair, the AU's Peace and Security Council, where, as we are speaking, we are serving as a member of that esteemed peace and security body. What we have advocated, Chairperson, it's a very pertinent responsibility from the United Nations to ensure that peacekeeping missions in Africa that looks at harnessing, the peace diplomacy gets to be funded by the United Nations Security Council. So that obviously we have been able to achieve. Secondly, Chairperson, what we have argued and what has been achieved is there should be increased collaboration between your UN peacekeeping missions and also those peacekeeping missions that has been authoritatively underpinned by the by the AU's Peace and Security Council. For example, honorable delegates, you will appreciate that in the DRC, you have one of the biggest missions, you know, of MONUSCO in the DRC with a clear mandate on peace and security issues. But apart from that, South Africa, amongst other countries, are contributing troops in the Force Intervention Brigade, which is probably the only offensive mandate of any UN peacekeeping mission. So it's complementary type of relationship, obviously based on financial symmetry, and also in fact that all decisions should you know, be approved by the Security Council and also get you know, the not necessarily concurrence, honorable chairperson, but there should be dialogue with the AU Commission and with the Peace and Security Council.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Titoit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, it's quite strange that South Africa wants to go and transform the UN. Minister, I've listened to what you've said up to now, and what is evident is the fact that you do not, up to now, you haven't condemned Hamas's actions in provocation towards attacking Israel. And you also mentioned that you are siding with Russia and with China, and also not condemning China's approach with regards to the war in the Ukraine. Minister, what do you have to say with regards to the human rights violations that were performed by Palestine on Israel, as well as Russia on the Ukraine, with the stance that you currently have, appearing as if you are the knight on the white horse trying to get peace everywhere, but siding with people that are in effect the ones that initiate these controversies? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Titoit. Honorable Minister.
Yes, I think, let me explain to the delegates here so that all of us are clear. The central argument from South Africa is that there must be complete adherence to implementation of UN Security Council resolutions, Honorable Chair. In relation to the war in Ukraine, there was a UN Security Council resolution which underpinned the Minsk Agreement. That was United Nations Security Council Resolution 2202, which endorsed the Minsk Agreement, Madam Chairperson, as the basis for a political solution as it relates to the matter of Eastern Ukraine is concerned. The non-implementation, once again, of the UN Security Council as it relates to its own resolution 2202 is what have brought the inflamement of the political tension in the Eastern Ukraine, and which ultimately has been a key, contributing factor to, the cause of the war there. So that's the first issue. Now you need to juxtapose that, Madam Chair, with what I've said earlier on, that the UN Security Council has taken a decision, honorable members, as I have said, have taken a decision on the plight of the Palestine people. It have illegally declared the conduct of the state of Israel as it relates to the annexation, the killing, the maiming of the Palestine people. It have done that declaration, and it have further directed that Israel should return all land annexed, all land illegally acquired in accordance the borders of 6 June 1967 with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine. Since that decision, Honorable Chairperson, the UN Security Council, through its veto, you had members of the P5 through its veto that deliberately blocked the implementation of its own decision. And that's why what we are saying is that you have seen a mirror image of what has happened with the war in Ukraine and with the genocide that are taking place today in Palestine against the people of Palestine is the refusal of the big powers to subordinate their narrow national interests to the broader interests as it relates to social justice and the well-being of our people is concerned, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Minister. Minister, we're continuing with our question. Question 273. And the question have asked by Honorable May Kalakis from Free State, DA. 273.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think what the Honorable Member obviously have posed a question to is whether the anchor of our foreign policy is still firmly premised on the Constitution and obviously the Bill of Rights. And I think what we are saying, Honorable Chairperson, is that you know, in 1994, when South Africa was welcomed back into the family of nations of the world after many years of isolation due to apartheid, we have recognized that you know, our freedom was linked with the role that the United Nations has played to galvanize the international community in relation to the isolation of the apartheid state. That the United Nations chair have obviously through the decisions on implementation of you know, the sanctions, through the implementations of embargoes, and more importantly, chair, through the declaration you know, that South Africa was an apartheid state. And because of that, Chairperson, our new constitution is the embodiment, you know, and seek to advance the issues of non-racialism as opposed to racial discrimination and, you know, violation of human rights. It's a constitution that seeks to advance non-sexism, and in particular to look at the issues of the triple oppression of, in particular, African women. And obviously, Honorable Chairperson, it seeks to build a democratic and a prosperous South Africa that are firmly premised on, you know, high regard for international human rights and humanitarian law. South Africa, as we speak, delegates, we are no longer seen as a pariah in the eyes of the international community, but it's seen as a respected, you know, cooperative member of the family of states, willing to, you know, to respect the wishes of the United Nations, willing to have high regard, you know, for the sovereign integrity of other nation states. And obviously, South Africa are seen to be really the one country that are championing Pan-Africanism, that are based obviously on all the 7 aspirations encapsulated in the AU's Agenda 2063. And I think what delegates should appreciate is that the Bill of Rights really is our lodestar in relation to, you know, our obligations, our duties, our rights, our privileges as a member state. And that find expression, Honorable Chair, when we execute our foreign policy. I think delegates would recall that our white paper was categorized quite correctly as, you know, the white paper of that seeks to obviously be the proponent of Ubuntu diplomacy. So we have remained firm in relation to the principles upon which our freedom actually was built. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable May Kalakis.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, yes, you champion Pan-Africanism, and you do it to such an extent that you turn a blind eye when they victimize homosexuals and when they jail and when they torture journalists on the African continent, then you turn a blind eye. But that's not my question. Deputy Minister, political parties may differ on foreign policy based on ideology. But if you and the Minister stand up as the Minister and Deputy Minister of International Relations, you represent all of us and then should be guided by the Constitution. At least I see you nod, you know the theory at least. You should be held, Deputy Minister, by a higher standard than your own party and any of our parties, and also of your personal views. One case where you did choose sides on an ideological basis was the Ukraine-Russian war. And through that, you destroyed any chance South Africa might have had to be a credible peace broker with both sides. When you speak on international issues, Deputy Minister, you should speak in the constitutional interests of South Africa and in consideration of the Charter of the United Nations. Do you truly believe that choosing sides on ideological grounds as a representative of the state, not of your party, will foster trust and support from our foreign partners in peace brokering? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member, Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I think let us be very clear here. As it relates to the plight of the people of Palestine is concerned, we err on the side of the most vulnerable. That is embedded within our constitution. What you are having there, sir, is a land acquisition that commenced in 1948. In 1948, a land acquisition, 75 years, if you appreciate your rudimentary understanding of mathematics, 75 years of annexation, of besiegement, of killing, that an occupied people have experienced. This is not people that is in Israeli land. This is of people that has been killed because they are Palestine. And not because they are Palestine Muslims, no. They are Palestine Arabs, Palestine Christians, Palestine Arabs. And that's why as the Cabinet of South Africa, we have an obligation to ensure that we build a fair and a socially orientated world system that is on the side of the vulnerable. So we must be absolutely clear and unequivocal here, Madam Chair. In as far as the plight of the Palestine people is concerned, South Africa is not non-aligned. We are on the side of the vulnerable. Now you can't contrast the plight of the Palestine people with our non-aligned posture as it relates to the war in Ukraine. You can't do it because if you would have appreciated to just read a bit of literature, just a bit of literature, you would appreciate the role that the Ukrainian people have played in our own freedom, sir. You would have appreciated that in Odessa, you had thousands of freedom fighters that were receiving military training to help to liberate and free South Africa from those that are narrow, that were advancing a narrow ideological, perspective. The same issues, what has happened within, the Russian Federation. And that's why we have said that, look, here you have two countries that at the historical level was an embodiment of one people. What role should we play as South Africa? Remember, our non-aligned standpoint had to look at what the UN Security Council resolution says. It says there must not be a heightening of political ferment. There must not be further escalations, and that the UN Security Council, Madam Chair, have raised and have taken a resolution in 2015. So South Africa can't be seen to choose sides in the war of Ukraine, but clearly so, we have obviously frowned on the conduct of the Russian Federation in relation to annexation, Chair. That we have frowned on, and we have been crystal clear. But I thought that it's important that you should never in your whole life speak about the Palestine people in the same manner that you speak about any other conflict in the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Totovu. Yes, Honorable Member.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for the response to the question. Honorable Deputy Minister, how does our Constitution and Bill of Rights inform the government's response and stance to the current conflict between the State of Israel and the occupied State of Palestine? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. I think the first issue, obviously, is that the values upon which our foreign policy are premised are enshrined in our Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and that informs the government foreign policy position. And I want to remind delegates once again, if you can recall, there was an incident where the former Chief Justice Mogoeng sought to be in conflict with the decisions of the South African government in terms of the plight of the Palestinian people. And the Constitutional Court was unambiguous that the custodian of foreign policy is the South African government, and everyone else, all state institutions, in as far as the policy are not in conflict with its constitutional provisions, has an obligation then to advance and to propagate that type of constitutional dispensation. But the second issue, Chairperson, and I think it's a very important issue, is that delegates would recall that we have now, Cabinet have endorsed the South African National Framework Interest document. And our national interests politically, delegates, are obviously derived in particular from the preamble of our Constitution, which defines the role of, in particular, DIRCO, that when we execute our foreign policy, it should look at how do we advance, your Ubuntu diplomacy? How do we pledge solidarity with the oppressed? How do we continue to advance social justice and how do we continue to help other member states of the UN achieve fundamental human rights? Secondly, Chairperson, it also says that the universal adult suffrage, it's a key issue as we seek to deepen democracy, and as we seek to obviously deepen questions of human rights. But it progressively realized, Chair, that human security of our South African nation and for our citizens are linked with international security of other member states, and that everyone in the world should be able to live, in peaceful unity, and that nation states should be able to, cohabitate, in conditions of prosperity. And like I say, Madam Chair, the South African Constitution was very ambitious, and we continue to obviously strive to the execution of that noble ambition. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Khatebe Pungane.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, are there any reasonable measures that your administration has adopted to ensure that the allocation of our resources in the defense and maintenance of basic human rights in the global arena does not take away from already thinly spread resources which are at the disposal of the government? If not, why not, Honorable Deputy Minister? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Yes, Chair. I think the first issue is that obviously the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Madam Chair, is the department that has been tasked by the custodian of foreign policy, which is the President of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, to execute its foreign policy. Within the broad realm and the constraints of the fiscus, honorable delegates, what we have in the department is what we call an instrument of soft diplomacy, is the African Renaissance Fund. And the African Renaissance Fund is obviously an important vehicle to continue to build our Pan-African solidarity, to continue to build relations and to deepen our Ubuntu diplomacy in relation to the global South. And I think members would appreciate that when there was difficulties because of cyclones, the South Africa's soft diplomacy was executed, where there was difficulties with the earthquake in the earthquakes affecting Turkey and Syria. We have utilized the African Renaissance Fund as a manner of soft diplomacy. When there was an issue about food insecurity, in Zimbabwe, we utilized the African Renaissance Fund as a tool of soft diplomacy. So that is our moral authority, and that obviously is a demonstration of how we build, foundations of human solidarity to continue to discharge our responsibility. Madam Chair, that is properly voted and budgeted for. I thought that I must just clarify that with the member. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mleta.
Thank you, House Chair. Does the Deputy Minister agree that the ongoing xenophobia and the scapegoating of African nationals in the country by some political parties and senior government officials in the ruling party undermines the South Africa's foreign policy? Thank you, House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Yes, no. I did not agree to anything like that. So probably that is what the member could have, engaged me with. I think let us be clear. We are expressly Pan-African. Expressly Pan-African. What it means, Madam Chair, is that our plight and the plight of the 62 million South Africans are linked with the plight of our people in North Africa, East Africa, West Africa. Your African Continental Free Trade Agreement would only be able to provide economic spin-offs to the South African people if we are accepted as an African state. And it was for that reason that we continue to champion Pan-Africanism. The issue of xenophobia, members, we think xenophobia it's having an historical, definition as it relates to us as a people is concerned, because I think it is my submission that it is a political, social, and economic manifestation of, what we call imperialism. The issue about undocumented, foreign nationals in South Africa, it's an issue that if I go to Beijing, even as a government official, and you attempt to, open up a spaza shop. It's not possible, Honorable Chair. Even if you are from South Africa, you go to China, it's not possible. You go from South Africa, you go to Lagos in Nigeria, it's not possible to open a spaza shop. You go to Lomé in Togo, you want to, rent a government subsidized house. It is not possible. You go to Bujumbura in Burundi, you want to, just trade informally in isolation of what the rules of engagement of Burundi is. It's not possible. And I think what we are arguing for as the South African government is there must be an adherence of the rules of the South African government, including municipalities, as it relates to the conduct of everyone in South Africa, in particular, those that are in South Africa, illegally. And that's why we have the Minister, for example, of Home Affairs was there. We have the special permits for Zimbabweans to ensure that we understand the number of Zimbabweans that are in South Africa, the reasons thereof, if it's having any economic inclination. There is then engagement with the South African government. So I just thought I must clarify that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order,
Yes,
Chairperson.
Honorable Nana.
Thank you very much for taking my point of order. Chair, I would want to submit that the Deputy Minister is misleading this House. It is blatantly untrue that Africans are not allowed to start businesses in China. I've been to Guangzhou, I've been to Beijing, I've been to Shenzhen. I ran a business and I bought some of my stuff in Guangzhou in China. You had Africans in Guangzhou running restaurants where we ate. You had Africans selling clothes in China. So the Deputy Minister is misleading this House. Please can roll on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Nana, I cannot respond on that. Minister, I think you have answered the question, unless you want to engage, but I think you did answer the question that you have asked by Honorable Moletsan.
Yes, Madam Chair. Look, I said within the rules. I said when you do business in any country in the world, you do that with your friends within the confines of a set of rules. That is what I've said.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very
Honorable
much.
Minister, can we continue? Honorable Minister, we now go to 271, question that have asked, no, 283, question that have asked by Honorable Mthethwa, KwaZulu-Natal, ANC, 283.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much to Honorable Mthethwa for, the foresight. I think, Chair, what we want to, indicate is that the BRICS members are significant trading and investment partners of Africa. And our engagement with BRICS member states takes place bilaterally, multilaterally, and through a number of other regional cooperative mechanisms such as FOCAT, the Forum on Africa-China Cooperation, the forum established the Africa-India Forum, and the Russia-Africa Summit. I think what we want to indicate, Chairperson, in relation to obviously economic diplomacy, because I think members will appreciate that there's three pillars that guides our BRICS relations. It speaks about political and security cooperation, financial and economic cooperation, and people-to-people and cultural cooperation. But in terms of pillar 2 of our BRICS pillar, Chair, we have seen substantive bilateral growth, for example, with China and India, especially with commodity exports and manufactured goods. which features strongly. That have resulted, Honorable Chair, in the increase of average growth, of our economic fortunes of 10% over the period 2017 and 2021. And our trade with the BRICS member states stands currently, Honorable Chairperson, at 830 billion, with the figures as of 2022. Contrast that with the 487 billion in 2017. Clearly, Chairperson, there has been a significant shift in the benefit of the South African people, and our BRICS trading relations, Chair, internationally account now for 21% of our entire trade of South Africa. We do think, Honorable Chairperson, that there will obviously be substantive gains made using our BRICS partnership, looking at the African Continental Free Trade Area as an economic catalyst to ensure that we bring that better life for South Africa, but we also realize the better life for Africa. So that was the first aspect of the question. The second one, quickly, Honorable Chairperson, that we want to indicate is that the BRICS 15th summit has been successful for a number of issues. Firstly, there is a matter about the expansion of our BRICS membership, which will be significant because the new reconfigured BRICS member states, Honorable Chairperson, accounts for roughly 30% of our current global GDP, and it constitutes 46% of the world population. That is significant because I think delegates would appreciate that the more you do business with where the majority of people are located, the more likely your economic fortunes is. And then lastly, Chair, we have seen that the work that the BRICS Women Alliance have done, and we have seen for the very first time the launch of your BRICS Youth Council, and we have seen also that your BRICS Africa, trade conference, have launched a BRICS e-commerce platform that will obviously be linked to African and BRICS women smallholders, subsistence farmers, and buyers. So thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mteto Nyambose.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to you as well, Honorable Deputy Minister, for the response to my question. It is clear, Minister, through your response, that BRICS can only be positive to trade in Africa. How, Honorable Deputy Minister, what is the role of the new development bank in establishing the BRICS payment settlements system that enables the funding in the local currencies?
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Chair, the New Development Bank, the NDB delegates, it's obviously the multilateral financial institution established in 2015 by the BRICS countries with a singular purpose to fund infrastructure and development projects in BRICS countries and other emerging economies and developing countries. The NDB had the initial authorized capital of $100 billion and an initial subscribed capital of $50 billion. So the NDB, Chair, has been able to raise capital in markets of its members to fund local currency loans and de-risk the impact of foreign exchange fluctuations. For an example, Honorable Chair, on 15th of August 2023, the NDB has issued a 1.5 billion rand bond, and the rand raise will be used to fund infrastructure and sustainable development projects in South Africa in local currency, which is a game changer, Chair, in all regard. There is the BRICS Pay, which is an initiative with regards to a digital payments platform that was proposed, Madam Chair, by the BRICS Business Council in 2018. And at the 15th BRICS Summit, leaders tasked the BRICS finance ministers and/or the central bank governors as appropriate to consider the issue of local currency, payment instruments, and platforms, and to report at the next BRICS Summit, which will be convened in the Russian Federation. And it is obviously not expected, Chair, that necessarily the NDP will be part of the actual considerations, as that task has been given to the central bank governors and finance ministers where appropriate. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Detroit.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, is there any possibility that the current trading partners in the West, like the United States, might reconsider their business relations with South Africa as a result of South Africa being part of BRICS and favoring countries like China and Russia? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Yes, no, thank you very much to the member. Chair, look, remember South Africa is a strategic bilateral partner with the United States of America. A strategic, relationship which is underpinned by three structured bilateral mechanisms. We value the United Nations, as an instrumental partner in our development agenda, and it is for that reason, Chairperson, that where there is matters that concerns us as South Africa, we utilize our ambassadors, heads of missions to raise those matters. You would recall, for example, not so long ago, the president has appointed special envoys to the US to engage with the US leadership on a number of issues as it relate to our geopolitical posture, including obviously, the economic transformation agenda of the, South African government. So that is where we are with the US in terms of a mutually respected relationship. The People's Republic of China is a comprehensive strategic relationship with South Africa, Madam Chairperson. Our relationship with the PRC should not be seen as an antithesis to our relationship that we value with the United States of America. It's two separate relationships where both, bilateral partners engage in respected conduct of relations. Obviously, Chair, within the broader multilateral space, there is a big, what we call a shift taking place, honorable members, where you have the evolution from a unipolar world, where you had one hegemon that, provided, stewardship to many in the world, vice versa, a multipolar world where you have multiple of key states that are providing leadership, to the rest of the world. Whether that new multipolarity will mean the enhancement of multilateralism, that is an issue, Chair, that we are obviously deepening, in terms of our theoretical understanding of what should be this world, characterized by deepened multilateralism is concerned. The fact that, for example, the US have declared the People's Republic of China as their strategic competitor economically and, as a nation that they need to carefully scrutinize in terms of their own security concerns and interests. it's not something, obviously, Chairperson, that affects our bilateral relationship with China or with, you know, the US. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Dlamini, EFF. Honorable Dlamini, Siyakuba, 1, 2, 3.
Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Mkausi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister,
Honorable Mkausi. Siyakuba.
Chair, I've got difficulty here in
No, but we are not even in my list, but now we are disturbing us. Honorable Mkause, Siandlula, time is over. Honorable Mi Kalakis, Siyakuba. Honorable member, please.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, trade in any form should be encouraged. We need jobs and we need growth, mostly because you sort of crashed the economy. But in any case, however, among the 5 largest trading partners, only China is part of BRICS. The US is our 3rd largest partner after the European Union. We do less than 0.3% of our trade with Russia. The economy and politics cannot be separated. No one buys the argument that your siding with Russia in their attack on Ukraine is either principled or an attempt at mediation. What it did do is it did risk our AGOA agreement with the United States to a very large extent, despite what you say about our relationship with them. Is it really worthwhile to risk an agreement like AGOA that creates jobs to appease members of BRICS like Russia at the cost of so much needed jobs? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I thought I clarified our relations with the Russian Federation earlier on, where I've said we have not sided with the Russian Federation in relation to the annexation of territory in Ukraine is concerned. I've said that. So let me apologize on behalf of the House Chair for the fact that there's a quality of hearing. So let's be quite clear about that issue. The second issue is that our biggest trading partner is the People's Republic of China. But we are not oblivious to the fact that, in particular, the G7 nations has been a pivotal group to help us, obviously, to industrialize South Africa. So we have not been oblivious to that fact. You know, AGOA have basically 3 conditions. 3 conditions that AGOA has. It says for a country to receive that benefit, there should be the rule of law, judiciary, like what is happening in South Africa that is independent, etc. Secondly, the economy should, be liberalized, and because of our, how we have inherited the South African economy, that is obviously also present. And the third point, Honourable Member, is that it says our foreign policy should not be in conflict with the foreign policy of the United States of America. Now, we have not been in conflict. Our policy is not in conflict with the US National Security Strategy document that they unveiled last year. The National Security document, Sub-Saharan Africa, that the US have unveiled. For an example, and once again, let me relate to the issues. The United Nations Security Council are constituted of 15 members, Madam Chair. 10 members is non-permanent, and 5 members, it's permanent members with the veto privilege, which are commonly referred to as the P5, of which the United States of America are part of. We have said consistently the failure of the United Nations Security Council to implement the Minsk 2015 agreement have in part resulted in the escalation of tensions and has been a contributing factor in relation to the war in Ukraine. So our foreign policy is in many aspects reconcilable with the foreign policy of the United States of America. And obviously where we frowned and from time to time where we engage is when there is a reluctance to enforce decisions through which the United States of America are part of in a various multilateral formations. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member.
Chairperson?
Honorable.
Chair.
Is it a point of order?
Chairperson, earlier on, you called Honorable Dlamini, and it was a confusion. I couldn't connect. I wanted to speak on the issue.
No, Honorable Member, we have passed.
I'm speaking. You don't know what I'm going to say, but you are interrupting me.
Honorable Mkause, please, we've passed on that question now. We're on another.
Chairperson, please on what? Please on what?
Honorable Mkause.
You did not even hear what I was saying.
Honorable Mkause.
You just heard the word speak. I'm calling a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mkause, that's
I'm
not a
calling a
point of order. That's not
You are
a
getting
point of
paid
order,
here. I
and
want to
I'm
most
not going to allow you to speak.
You are getting paid here.
The chairperson,
I've got a
the
right
chairperson
to
is
write
making a ruling. The chairperson is making a
I've
ruling.
got a right. I don't know why these other people are talking. I
Now
don't
we
know
are
why they
talking
are
because
talking.
out of order.
No, what out of order? I was not voting.
I'm not going to allow you to speak. I've taken that
don't.
ruling. And I will ask
no
the
one
table
will silence me here.
unmute you. Honorable members, we are continuing with our questions. The next question, Minister, is question 271 that have asked by Honorable Hatebe, KwaZulu-Natal, IFP. Thank you. And before we continue, I would like to repeat this, what Chairperson have said. Honorable members, if ever you are changing the list, let the table know, and I must know. Because now you make my work difficult.
You are the one changing the names, not us.
Thank you. Over to
you. You are the
Minister.
one changing the names, not us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much also for the question. I think, in relation to what we call our cost containment measures, I think members would appreciate that in particular, since the epoch of the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the war in Ukraine, the economic fortunes, obviously, of all states, including the South African state, has not necessarily been looking very rosy, and we had to engage in cost containment measures, which have further put in a constraint on the compensation of employees budget, Madam Chair. And it's for that reason, members, that we are unable as DIRCO, obviously, to expand the number of our foreign services officers, or to expand the number of diplomatic personnel, including the expansion of our diplomatic footprint. And what we have committed is to utilize existing capacity, Madam Chair, to obviously execute our foreign policy. We fortunately, and I think this is a good news story, especially for our young people, that we have in place the cadet leadership program, which seeks to attract, young people that are international relations graduates, and we envisage that program, Honorable House Chair, to be implemented from the 1st of April 2024. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Khatebe Pungan.
Thank you so much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, seeing that your department has not formally upskilled and mass deployed young entry-level IR graduates into the diplomacy space, and that diplomacy is not the only available avenue for these graduates to serve the country's foreign relations, I would like to know whether there are any other programs which have been utilized by your department to ensure the further training and use of already existing skills of these graduates. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the minister, the members actually quite correct that in foreign policy, there's primary two actors. You have the state, which is your main actor, that obviously are the key proponent of foreign policy as it relates in particular state to state is concerned. But you also have a very important component, which is categorized as non-state actors. That encapsulate, obviously, Madam Chair, the your non-governmental organizations across the world. That includes, obviously, your United Nations, and it seeks, subordinate organs. It includes, regional multilateral organizations such as the African Union, Commission, the regional economic communities, and obviously your regional mechanism. And then you also have your non-profit actors, your NGOs, and obviously your repository of intelligentsia. What Cabinet have done, Madam Chair, is to endorse a document that speaks about the placement of prominent South Africans into international organizations. And we are utilizing that system also to ensure that South African young people are placed at a strategic level within the world body. For an example, a relative young person today, Wamkile Nene, is the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, your ACFTA, precisely because of the foresight, from the South African government. So apart from the cadet program, Chair, we will continue to be seized with supporting young people that have an interest to establish themselves within the international multilateral fora. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Me Kalakis.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, the issue is not so much expanding the number of diplomats as much as it is professionalizing it. You deploy has-been politicians to represent our country, and where they don't blatantly embarrass us, they do little to promote our interests effectively. In light of the fact that our foreign services should be anchored in the principle of constitutionalism and human rights, do you not think that it's perhaps time to leave behind the old National Party style deployment of cadres that the ANC is also practicing, with that of professionalizing our ambassadorial corps with individuals who are well trained in the art of diplomacy? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister. is question 271, a follow-up question from Honorable Me Kalakis. Is the second question after the first question that have asked by Honorable Khatebe.
All right.
After Honorable Khatebe, then Honorable Mikalakis also asked.
What confusion is this now?
You can continue, Minister.
No, thank you very much. Obviously, what needs to be appreciated is that South Africa is a constitutional democracy, Madam Chair. We have a constitution that defines the makeup of the South African state, where you have the government, you have your parliament, you have the judiciary in the government. The head of state in South Africa has what we call certain privileges and powers encapsulated obviously in the constitution. And one of those powers that the head of state have, Honorable House Chair, is the singular privilege to appoint your heads of missions, the ambassadors, plenipotentiaries, diplomatic and consular representatives. The president does that in accordance, with his constitutional judgment, because the Constitutional Court has said that the president is a constitutional persona. He does that, and the trust that 62 million South Africans have in President Ramaphosa should find expression within this house of the NCOP, Honorable Chairperson, and at no stage should any arm of the state seek to judge that very competent capacity to appoint, heads of missions. But apart from that, Chair, you have seen the president have appointed young people that were qualified, that are capable, as heads of missions, as consul generals. Further to that, the Minister of DIRCO, Dr. Pandor, has assigned young diplomats in the Foreign Service to be the substantive support personnel to the heads of mission. So what you have here, Chairperson, in our missions, you have a generational unity where you have young people that are, being interfaced with the older generation, that are able to learn, that are able to grow, and that are, as we are speaking, are heading our heads of missions. We have a number of young people, obviously, that are ambassadors as we are speaking. So we are on track in relation to our duty, and we are not, obviously, Chair, subordinating our president's powers, obviously, to a view that has been expressed. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mukause.
Chair, you thought I will not speak. Let me just make one point before I ask my question. You have made it your business to decampaign the EFF in this house.
Honorable Mukause, can you please ask
we
the
are
question?
warning you to stop what you are doing.
Can you
cannot
please ask
change
the
the name.
question?
Ask the question. It's just ask.
I'm not reporting to the Northern Cape delegation. I'm here as an
What
EFF
will you do?
member.
What
Please
will you
ask
do?
the question.
I'm here as an EFF member, not a Sylvia Lucas or Martha Bartlett delegates. Minister,
what will you do?
Are there any specific
you must learn
regions
to respect the chairperson.
on countries?
What are you saying? Ask the question before I stop you.
You must call order on your people. Are there any specific regions or countries where these diplomats and foreign services
You have a
officers
question.
will be deployed? I'm speaking here. I'm being muted. I'm being muted. Chair.
No, you're allowed. You can continue leadership. We can hear you.
This clowns of the ANC.
Thank you very much,
Chairperson, are there any specific regions or countries where these diplomats and foreign service officers will be deployed to go and do work, and what kind of training will they receive? And secondly, is this cadet leadership, if this cadet leadership is being reinstated, what are the specific measures which will be put in place to ensure that deserving students are enrolled in the program, and not just children of ANC politicians like both Sylvia Lucas and both Martha Bartlett and yourself? That includes everybody.
On a point of order, Chair.
Minister, can you please respond?
I actually did not hear the question from Honorable Mokausi properly.
Because
Chair.
he's all over the place.
But I heard she speak about...
Because I'm not stupid like ANC people whom when other people are speaking, they keep on interfering. You acting like a stupid principal here.
But people does not act like you.
And this is not the Northern Cape legislature where you are
out of order.
Honorable
Why is
member,
the protection of the
you must allow us to speak.
You think
don't
ngizonivalela nonke lapho kuleyo platform yenu. Minister, can you please respond what you hear? Sizwanga lutho ke mina manje.
Yes, yes,
I don't know why I was muted here. Why?
We have in place, honorable members, the newly passed Foreign Services Act that obviously seeks to regulate the conduct of your foreign services officials. And we use obviously your Foreign Services Act, Madam Chair, as a guiding tool when we train diplomats that has been nominated by the president. And obviously when we train through the cadet program, new interested young people within the international relations space will obviously use the Foreign Services Act in accordance to that issue. We don't appoint children of people that we know just because we know them. Everyone, Chair, in DIRCO has been appointed because of capability and because of qualifications. And I thought that probably it's an important point that I should make. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Bartlett. ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Sorry for not switching on my video, Honorable Chairperson. If it's okay with you, can I proceed?
It's not okay. You can howl behind that,
you are not
that camera, but
you are
you
not
don't want to
you are not the chairperson.
You like to howl. It's not okay. Not okay. It's not okay.
It's okay.
Switch on to see who's there with
you are not a chairperson.
We want to see.
You are not in the house and I'm there.
We want to see.
You are not the chairperson. Chairperson.
We're speaking to faceless people here, howling at us.
Come back and
Switch on.
Switch
on.
No, you are never in the house.
Switch on.
You are never
I don't report to you. I don't report to the ANC.
You are not there when I'm there. You are
I'm
not there.
Reporting to the ANC. You did not vote for me.
Order, honorable members. Order. We'll ask Honorable Bartlett to please raise the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you very much. And thank you for the response to the question, Deputy Minister. How do we champion our Pan-African outlook and our global solidarity through our democratic and foreign services? I thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think, Chair, South Africa have basically four priorities when we execute our foreign policy, categorizes what we refer to as concentric circles. The first one, obviously, is Pan-African solidarity, followed by Global South solidarity, the cooperation with the more industrialized North, and transformation of global governance institution. What we do, Chairperson, as the South African government, it's obviously to ensure that, firstly, we support materially our commitment to Pan-Africanism, and that's why we are the largest contributor as it relates to African Union matters are concerned, because we feel that our ethos, Chair, should find expression within the different organizations of the AU. So we honor our multilateral commitments to both the African Union through the AU Commission. We do that obviously through our participation, honorable members, as a esteemed member states of the 16 states of SADC. And I think members will appreciate that we are in discussions in terms of how to strengthen the South African Customs Union, SACU, which is really the economic organ, of which South Africa and other 5 states, neighboring states, are part of. So that is how we champion our Pan-Africanism in terms of human solidarity and economic diplomacy issues. But we are also conscious, Chair, that your peace and security architecture, it's non-negotiable and a pivotal within, the broader framework of realizing Africa that are prosperous. And we are deeply committed, honorable members, within the organ of SADC. I think members would recall that President Ramaphosa chaired the SADC organ, and we are part of the Troika under leadership of Namibia currently. We are deeply invested in the SAMIM, which is your multilateral intervention force to assist Mozambique to bring about the cessation of hostilities in Capital Garden, the northern part of Mozambique, through being the force commander and the chief of staff, honorable chairperson of that specific mission. So South Africa champion our Pan-Africanism, but by ensuring we build a prosperous and more secure, Africa. And we do that obviously strengthening SADC, our regional economic community and regional mechanism. And we do that, Chair, by deepening our participation in key organs of the African Union, including the African Union Peace and Security Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we'll now move on to question 275. This question is on CADA deployment policies. Question is being tabled and raised by Honorable Mikalakis, and it's directed to the Minister of International Relations, in this case, the Deputy Minister. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Yes, the question, Honorable Chair, has been whether the department has CADA deployment policies, and the answer is that DIRCO does not have any CADA deployment policies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. First supplementary question, Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Interesting answer, Deputy Minister, because CADA deployment has actually been responsible for a series of fiascos within DIRCO. The New York pilot project, suspended CFOs, ambassadors charged with assault appointed as DDGs and then redeployed again as acting ambassadors to the same posting, and cadres such as Bruce Kwalane and Jerry Machila being appointed as ambassadors immediately after being implicated in state capture corruption. No cadre deployment, you say. If cadre deployment of this nature, Deputy Minister, continues on all levels at DIRCO, how will you ensure that it is our constitution and not ANC loyalties that guide our foreign policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Yes, no, Chairperson. In DIRCO, your foreign services officers that are guided by the Foreign Services Act, it was passed by our parliament. So what DIRCO appoints is foreign services officers, Chair. I think the honorable member speaks about cadre deployment, and it goes on a downward spiral from there. In DIRCO, you don't have cadres. In DIRCO, you have foreign services officers that are guided by the Foreign Services Act. I mean, Honorable Chair, we should know that it's the only department where you have both public servants, but because the Act imbues them an additional burden of leadership as public servants, it has bestowed on them the responsibility as enshrined in the Foreign Services Act of being foreign services officers. So that is a key and critical issue that I thought the people that the honorable member have spoken about, those are his stories, Chair, and it's not people that we identified as cadres. In fact, in DIRCO, we are oblivious to the term of cadre. What we know is foreign services officers. That is what we know. No document of DIRCO speaks about cadre. We speak about foreign services officer. If some of them, Chair, qualifies to be categorized as something else, that is a political categorization, and obviously I can't account on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We'll now proceed to Honorable Malika. The second supplementary question. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for the response to the question. Honorable Deputy Minister, the Constitution of Republic on Section 84(2)(1) is very clear on the powers of the President in appointing ambassadors and diplomats. Deputy Minister, is there anything wrong in appointing foreign services officials that will implement the policies of the serving government and how it is done in other countries? Thank you, Chairperson.
Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me give accolades to that very important question. Chair, in the majority of countries, probably out of the 193 member states of the UN, there's an application of a hybrid type of a system that heads of states and heads of government do in relation to the appointments of heads of missions. So you have those members that obviously finds their upbringing within a particular foreign services, which are commonly referred to as career diplomats. So your foreign services officers forms always part of an equation when the president appoints and assigns heads of missions, to particular countries. That is a mirror image, Honorable Chair, of what other countries are doing. In fact, unlike other countries, for example, Honorable Chairperson, the United States of America, when there's a change of administration, there's a recall of ambassadors, honorable members. In South Africa, when there's a change of administration, you don't have an abrupt recall of ambassadors. It has never happened in the history of democratic South Africa because of continuation of government. And probably this is one area that our people should appreciate, is that this government has been very consistent of ensuring there's a repository of very capable public servants, of foreign services, officers in the rest of the world. And then obviously, Chairperson, you have countries, such as Cuba, for example. You have countries such as Venezuela, such as, Palestine, where the president will obviously appoint to those countries a particular, strand of individual to commensurate with it being classified as a solidarity mission. So I think members will appreciate where you look at those missions that politically means more to South Africa than just economically. The president normally then assigns a persona that are obviously fit for purpose in relation to those issues. And I think we have been very consistent. Honorable Chair, as I conclude, the foreign direct investment targets of investment pledging from the president is primarily because of the work that our international missions are doing to mobilize investment into South Africa, that we have seen the economy are growing and we are creating more jobs. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Dwight.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, Minister Godongwadwa said that he also serves on the NEC, and he stated, and I'm quoting, "Cadre deployment could kill the institution," close quote, referring to National Treasury. Now, it's no secret that the ANC has got a cadre deployment policy. Last week, we heard when in the discussions in the House, it was stipulated that no cadre is deployed without the necessary skills. Ineffective cadres are not being deployed. So I find it strange that you would say that cadre deployment does not take place. And I put it to you, Deputy Minister, that in the beginning of this session, you mentioned that the president has the powers and privileges to deploy people, cadres, foreign service officers, ambassadors, call it what you want, to go and serve the country abroad. Now, I won't call you a liar, Deputy Minister, but it seems as if you're a stranger to the truth. So how do you then explain to us that if the deployees are not being deployed and ambassadors not being sent by the president, how the ANC is basically furthering its mandate abroad, not only serving the country? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
No, Chair, let me just apologize for the member because I think he did not hear me properly. I've never said the president are appointing cadres. I've never said that. Rosa Luxemburg said, "To tell the truth are revolutionary." It just means it's proper. The president, honorable members, appoint individuals of high caliber, with experience, deep experience, and necessary qualification to be nominated as head of mission. And that nomination of the president are also subjected to concurrence, Honorable House Chair. The receiving head of state must agree that the nominated individual commensurate with their ethos also as a nation. So I think that's obviously what we have said. And once again, I want to stand here, and I'm very firm with our opening statement in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Chair. Dr. Naledi Pandor is the minister. Execute the appointment of foreign services officers in accordance to the law. And she does not have the mandate to appoint head of missions. That mandate is exclusive privilege of the President of South Africa. So I thought I must just clarify that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. The last supplementary question comes from Honorable Mletsane. Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, cadre deployment does exist, even if you want to deny it. The appointment does happen through cadre deployment, even if you can call it political appointment. The $1 million question is, do you consider the relevant skills and qualifications when doing that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Yes, Chair. The appointment of foreign services officers in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation is being done in accordance with the Foreign Services Act number 26 of 2019, which was sent to by President Ramaphosa on the 26th of May 2020 and published in the Government Gazette on 4th June 2020, Honorable Chairperson. So all the appointments are in accordance to the norms and standards of relevant South African legislations. Once again, the Minister of DIRCO, Honorable Chairperson, when she considers foreign services officers through a Director General, that does actually the actual appointments that is in accordance to relevant prescripts. And once again, Chairperson, it is not in accordance to the fact that someone are supposed to be I'm not sure, is it a cadre or a cadre or a person of high stature and high esteem. But I think the members have said that, do we consider anything else? We look at quality for the South African public service, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, honorable members, we now move to the last question. This is question 284. The question is on coups by the military. Coups by the military. The question comes from Honorable Dango, and it is directed to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, in this instance, the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister?
Yes, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, the first issue is that when we look at the recent military coups, obviously that have taken place, it's obviously an antithesis, Chair, of the Africa that we envisage to construct as based on Agenda 2063 that speaks about a Africa that is inclusive of prosperity and development. And it's obviously a negation of, in particular, Aspiration 3 that speaks about the deepening, Chairperson, of democracy and good governance on the African continent. The AU, Chair, obviously have in accordance its own articles, in particular Article 5, subsection 2 of the AU's Constitutive Act, have mandated the Peace and Security Council of the AU as the standing decision-making organ as it relates to the prevention, management, and the resolutions of those protocols. And apart from the Peace and Security Council, Honorable Chair, there is the Lomé a framework, which is a acceptable, universally acceptable declaration on the African continent regarding unconstitutional changes of government. In addition, Chair, we have the Charter for Democracy, for Elections and Governance, which were established to specifically discourage and dissuade unconstitutional changes of government, in particular military takeovers. As a member of the AU PSC, South Africa has been consistent, Honorable Chair, to push for immediate suspension of any AU member state that are engaged or that came as a result of unconstitutional change of government. And we have been unequivocal that the AU Commission in particular must then be engaged on a process of a transitional plan that should be very reasonable to the restoration of full democratic order. As South Africa Chair, as I conclude, has encouraged the AU Commission Chair to appoint the AU High Representative to accompany, to be accompanied by a panel of elders to the affected countries so that they can swiftly restore democracy. And I can confirm, as we are speaking, in particular, the recent 6 unconstitutional changes of government, of which the majority are suspended by the AU. The AU High Representatives has been working closely with the military regimes to assist them during the transitional period. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question comes from Honorable Dango. Honorable Dango.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, by and large, you've answered my question. However, can you expand upon the facilities and the enabling of the regional blocks to actually put into place organs that will silence the guns? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dango. Deputy Minister.
That Ambassador Dango, Honorable Chair. I'm just, yes, so thank you very much, Ambassador Dango. Chair, I think the first issue, you have the Peace and Security Council, and then you have your various regional economic communities or your regional mechanism in Africa that plays what we call a subsidiary but complementary role to the work of the African Union Commission chairperson. What we do, members, and I want to make some examples in relation, for example, what happened in SADC. You know, South Africa, through the organ and through our chairship of the organ, when Mozambique was faced with a particular difficulty, there has been calls for, intervention at the bilateral level to assist the Mozambican government. But we consistently, members, has been firm on the fact that SADC, and in particular the organ, the Troika, should give an express authoritative commitment on the intervention. That has taken place, and that's why, as we are speaking, we have our SAMIM mechanism in place, Honorable Chairperson, and I think members would appreciate it. We have brought down the activism of the insurgency in northern Mozambique at a very pivotal level. In Lesotho, there was quite a serious difficulty, Chair, and we were fortunate that President Ramaphosa has been delegated as envoy from SADC to initiate dialogue amongst the Lesotho, in particular on the reform process. And that dialogue, once again, Chair, has obviously resulted in elections process that we are faced with last year. So that is what we do, obviously, from the south of South Africa to strengthen our capacity. We are, as a member of the Peace and Security Council, Chair, obviously engaged with the APRM in particular, because the APRM, headed by Professor Eddie Moloko, has, produced a report entitled Governance Africa 2023, and outlined the reasons for unconstitutional changes. And what we have done is to be seized as a member of the Security Council of the AU with the implementation of those recommendations to other heads of states. Apart from that, Chair, as I conclude, I think members would appreciate that we are still deeply seized within bringing about stability within the DRC, especially in the North Kivu province in the eastern part of Congo, where there is some difficulty, and we are still being encouraged, Chair, to be active with our peace diplomacy between the TPLF and your Ethiopian federal government. So what we do is to strengthen our regional mechanism as a means to engage with other RECs, Chairperson, to bring about, cessation of hostilities in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then the second supplementary question will come from Honorable Mtsamai. Honorable Mtsamai.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And thank you to the Minister. Minister, if there are structures in place, what is the reason for the inefficiency, considering that there have been 7 coups in Africa over the last 3 years? What action has been taken in the affected countries? Thank you, Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Yes, no, thank you very much for that, Chairperson. I think the first issue is, for us, obviously, as African state, we would ideally want to see a situation where, the charter, the AU's Charter on Democracy, find expression throughout the realm of all, the African states. But it is a fact, Chair, that there has been setbacks in relation to building what we call a Pan-African type of agenda. That setback was as a result of various reasons, Chair. And one of it that I can confide into the members is that we obviously need to closely look at, the paradigm of development and underdevelopment. Because what you have seen is that in instances where a particular region in a country suffers, because of huge underdevelopment, you more than often, because of that underdevelopment, also then find some attributes as it relates to ethnicity and religion, Chair. You then have, instability within that specific country, and that then emerge as a fortified, a problem that ultimately, galvanize support from in many instances from the military, and you then have a civilian government being overthrown. So the problem of development and underdevelopment is a key and critical issue. The second issue, honorable members, is the temptation of African leaders to have a lifelong stay in office. It is really a problem, and it finds expression obviously through family type of relations where you you obviously have succession that goes to one family or another. And so the issues are on the limitations of terms. Once again, it's an issue that the AU Charter sets out when we speak about democracy, that we continue to engage and to persuade our peers elsewhere to adhere to. So the third issue, Chairperson, is obviously the scarcity, the political, economic issue. The matter about resources and how leaders of civilian rule conduct themselves as it relates to the downtrodden and the poor. So those are three reasons in broad terms, that are key contributing factors. But I think as South Africa, we continue to be seized and to invest deeply, Chair, in the leadership provided by the AU Commission in relation to what needs to be done to bring about stability in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The third supplementary question comes from Honorable Khadebe. Honorable Khadebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, in your position in the African Union, what have been your contributions to the need for the balancing of state sovereignty and the need for effective AU interventions, as oftentimes unstable governments use sovereignty to evade responsibility and accountability for their human rights abuses? Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think what South Africans need to be appreciating, Chair, is that we obviously participate in the AU and its subsidiary organs, as a member state of Africa. So we don't necessarily assume a role of a big brother or a big sister in relation to the African, continental agenda. But where we have been consistent, Chair, is the issues about accountability of, from leaders in Africa. That includes accountability, in relation to how they govern. We, for example, have in place now AUDA NEPAD. That is a developmental, instrument which is agreed to by all, member states of the African Union. We have in place a self-review peer mechanism in the form of the APRM. Once again, Chair, it's a voluntary agreement by heads of states to be part of, this very important, both the review mechanism, but also developmental mechanism. Obviously, the third issue, as I've said, Chair, is accountability in relation to the functioning of the AU Commission in particular. And here we speak about the issues about membership pledging and the payment of levies, in relation to the 2063 African agenda. And the important role, Chair, that your regional economic communities have to play as your regional multilateral organizations to be complementary to the work that the AU Commission are doing, but also to ensure that it's subordinate to the overall Pan-African agenda in terms of 2063. So we do that, Chair, by making sure, obviously, there is functioning regional institutions. Whether you speak about SADC, whether you speak about COMESA or ECOWAS, we obviously locate the development agenda in relation to those issues, Chair. And part of the good work that we have been doing has been the institutionalization of the Lagos Treaty in the form of your ACFTA, which have been agreed to and ratified by a minimum of African states. That is a it's a key Pan-African instrument that we have been able to establish. And there is obviously, Chairperson, some broad accountability frameworks that we are putting in place, but we do that engagement as part of, SADC. We do that engagement having, occupations, through being elected in a number of multilateral organizations on the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The last supplementary question comes from Honorable Bacha.
Masbule Lesla. Deputy Minister, South Africa held the powerful position of chairmanship of the AU in recent years. You held the power to do more than just talk, like you've just given us a talk today, because there's a lot that had to be done by South Africa in that position, but nothing came forth. What crisis response mechanisms that seek to mitigate war on the continent did South Africa usher in whilst holding chairmanship of the AU in recent years? Thank
you very much, Deputy Minister.
Yes, Chair. If you look at the tenureship of President Ramaphosa, in particular South Africa in 2020, where we really, underpin for our chairship, we underpin the issues about cessation of hostilities, silencing of the guns. Chair, that was the period where we had the COVID-19 pandemic, and not the end of the COVID-19 pandemic, but that has been in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that is the first point. So what South Africa has done is to champion the saving of lives against the question of vaccine nationalism, Chair. We championed the debates on vaccine equity. We championed the debate in terms of the temporary removal of the TRIPS, the intellectual property waiver for the production of pharmaceutical products in Africa and the developed world. So we championed this at the level of the WTO, and we did that whilst being the chair of the African Union. And that have resulted, Honorable Chairperson, in the saving of multiple millions of lives, not only in South Africa, but also on the African continent. And it has therefore then resulted in the capacity building of your Center for Disease Control, your CDC, which is an organ, which is a center of the African Union. And the capacity that obviously came about that issue. Secondly, Chairperson, if members could recall it, the championing of the ACFTA was really during President Ramaphosa's tenureship as chair of the African Union. We are speaking here about the Pan-Africanist instrument, Honorable Chairperson, that has been envisaged by the forefathers of the OAU. So since the establishment of the OAU in 1963, they have envisaged this integrated Pan-Africanist type of treaty. And it was during President Ramaphosa's chairpersonship, Chair, that we have obviously, executed the realization of the ACFTA as a very important treaty. The third issue, Chairperson, once again, because of the challenge that we face with during the COVID-19 pandemic, what we managed to achieve is the declaration of the African Union of a decade that are specifically dedicated to two things, Honorable Chair. Firstly, the financial and economic inclusion of African women within the African economy. And secondly, Chairperson, a a dedicated decade towards the silencing of the guns, and those issues we have discussed it in the December 2020 extraordinary session that has been held here in Johannesburg in South Africa. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. As the Deputy Minister takes his seat, allow me, honorable members, on behalf of the NCOP, to thank the Deputy Minister for this sitting. But I also
you behave like a principal
the same appreciation
over this minister.
to all MECs, SALGA representatives, and all leading themselves to this particular city. Honorable members, that concludes the business of the day. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Recording stopped.
Special delegates KZN Mabduma Mbongwe Fundis.
That's why